the countdown. What looks better? Do I look better like that or like that? Probably with more light, you think? Yeah. So we're live, right? All right, cool. Yeah, fuck it, I'll use the light. Okay, cool. Oh shit, I'm gonna sneeze. Figures right when we go live, I gotta sneeze. Okay, Jazz, I really need you to be a good girl for me, okay? And not make noisy. Don't be running back and forth out of here. Alrighty. Let me just do this real quick. Um, how's it looking? Are you almost ready? Or like I said, bro, we'll take as much time as we need. Okay, I'm just going to put it on there. We are live and we'll begin shortly. How's that sound? We are. See, we already got somebody tuned in. How about that? Merry Christmas Eve, by the way. All right. Boom. All right. Okay, Dean, I am ready whenever you are, bro. We are. Yeah, that'll be fun. Man, I was kind of hoping my Woodstock would show, but the shirt, I'll have to stand up and just show it for a minute. At least we got Snoopy in there. How's the leg doing, by the way, Dean? You all right? Well, we'll talk about it on the air. I'm ready when you are. Have fun. Have a great show, man. This will be fun. No stress, no worries, no rigid schedule format. We're just going to have fun. So, yeah, let's do it whenever you say. On average, just in the United States, about 220 people die every single day from an opiate overdose. By the time we finish this show, 8 to 10 people are going to die from an opiate overdose. If we get even one person, one viewer with this program that we might be able to help with some of the information that's shared on here, then it's all worth it.
Hey everybody, I'm here with Glenn Victor, and I just want to say hey to everybody in the Dare Me podcast world out there.
Billy Bob Thornton, thanks, bro. I really
it,
appreciate it, man.
You got it.
All right, you rock. How about that? Hey, Merry Christmas Eve, everyone, and welcome to the Dare Me podcast. We are so excited about tonight's show, and of course, we couldn't resist starting the show off with our shout out from Billy Bob Thornton, Mr. Bad Santa himself. That truly was one of the highlights of my 2023 was meeting Mr. Billy Bob Thornton in person last spring. It was just so cool. What a great guy. He was so nice to me and so cool to do that shout out. And I just couldn't resist playing it again tonight. Here we are on Christmas Eve. And I know that for a lot of my friends and family, that movie, Bad Santa, which, by the way, is celebrating its 20th anniversary this year, it was released in 2003, is a tradition for people at the holidays. Now, I've said it on here before, I'll say it again. That movie ain't for everybody. It can be pretty crude, it's a little bit raunchy. Definitely not one of those Christmas movies you want to watch with grandma or your mom or your daughter or whatever. You get that, I personally happen to like that kind of humor. It's almost like that, high school, college type of humor. It's pretty crude, but it's freaking hilarious to me. I watched it again last night, as well as Bad Santa 2 while I was wrapping Christmas presents. I just had it on in the background. Me and my son G, who has been a guest on the podcast many times, have watched that movie like every year since it came out. So anyway, I thought it was fitting and timely to show our shout out from that boy, Billy Bob. Thank you so much, Billy Bob Thornton, for the shout out. And, again, I thought it was timely and fitting to show that, and the Bad Santa header for that movie there. So anyway, welcome to the Dare Me podcast, y'all. I already see we already got people jumping on board, our viewers. Merry Christmas Eve to those of y'all watching and listening. We've only been on the air for a couple of minutes now, and we always like to take some time on the front end to just, talk about whatever and let people jump on. And we'll have people, I think, jumping on in and out all night long on the podcast, including our co-host and producer, who we're going to bring on right now, that boy Dean Baker, who is live at the Post Effects PFX Media Digital Dare Me podcast studio in Orlando, Florida. How's it going, Dean? Merry Christmas, bro.
Merry Christmas.
No, we can't hear you. I can't hear you, Dean.
You can't hear me, huh?
No, we're having technical difficulties. But hey, like we always say on this show, anything can happen live, and it does. And so we'll get this worked out. When Can you hear me, Dean?
I hear you fine.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm not hearing you, bro.
Oh, well.
I'm hearing like this major echo in the background, but I can't hear you like I ordinarily do.
1, 2.
Let me
Don't hear anything.
let me just try my headphones. Okay, talk to me now. Talk to me now.
How about now? You hear me now? Hear me now.
Yeah, I'm not hearing you, Dean.
1 second.
Hello, hello, hello. Try it now, bro.
1 second.
Oh, okay. I'm hearing you in the background. Well, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you kind of in the background. Can you talk into the mic now?
I'm talking into the mic.
Yeah, yeah, something's not normal, bro. It's like I'm hearing an echo in the background. You're not coming through, deep and strong like you ordinarily do on this podcast.
I don't know what to tell you here.
Yeah, it's like you're in a tunnel, or something, you know. I'm not quite sure.
All right, I'm gonna hop out and
Yeah, you
come
hop
back
out and
in
come
again.
back on. I'll just keep yapping and running my mouth. Let me know when you're back on. Well, hey everyone. I see we got several people watching and listening right now. Welcome to the Dare Me podcast. Having just a little technical difficulty on Dean's end. We are coming to you live right now. I'm here in Sacramento, California, on the West Coast, where it's just a little bit after 6 o'clock on Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas, everyone. And of course, Dean is there in Orlando, Florida, on the East Coast, where it's a little bit after 9 o'clock. And being totally transparent with y'all, we kind of threw this show together literally like within the last hour. I mean, we kind of sort of knew what we were going to do with the show tonight ahead of time, but there's no rigid structure to it tonight or anything like that.
How
We got
about now? You hear me now?
Oh, there you go. Now you're coming through loud and clear, bro. So I don't know what demon we had in the system. We had gremlins in the system, right? That Christmas movie Gremlins were in the system earlier because, yeah, man, we couldn't really hear you, but you're coming through loud and clear right now. So Merry Christmas, Dean. I'm glad we got that worked out, man. How's your day going for you?
It's going fine. Going fine. Been working on editing all day and getting my reels and all kinds of stuff happening today. So
Right on. Well, hey, I was just telling our viewers and listeners, and again, man, I can see we got a whole boatload of people already hopped on board, man. That's
yeah,
great.
that's
Welcome,
great. Wow, yeah.
Merry Christmas, man.
Sorry if you're hearing an echo because I'm trying to listen to the sound, make sure everything's coming through
Yeah,
YouTube.
that's okay, man. We're
So
going to be on for probably a
okay,
few hours tonight. Dean and I talked about it, y'all. That this show tonight, as I was saying just before Dean jumped back on, we have no real set outline, rigid format or anything for tonight's show. We're just going to kind of go with the flow. We do have, several slides and videos we're going to show. We're going to talk about the opioid crisis in the news. But we've also been promoting all week that we would love to take calls, and let's put that link up in the chat room right out of the gate, Dean, and we'll post the phone number for anybody, friends, family, casual viewers, listeners. If you're new to the podcast, feel free to give us a call. Just say Merry Christmas and say hello. We'd love to hear from you. This edition of the show tonight, it truly is a special edition, as we put in the description for tonight's show of the Dear Me podcast. Dean and I had thought about just replaying. There you go. Thanks, Dean, for putting that phone number up. And if you're watching right now and you'd like to call in, there's the phone number. If you're just listening and not actually watching, the telephone number to call is 407-924-3.
Please have your credit card available. No, I'm just
Yeah,
kidding.
he said in his radio voice. 407
Okay.
924-3946.
Yep.
Oh, looks like we got some comments in the chat room there. Oh, that's you posting the link. So yeah, man,
So
that's
the link to join us in the studio remotely. So
you know what, Dean? I hate wearing these things, but I'm gonna put my headphones on it, at least for now.
yeah.
Because one thing I've learned with this podcast, and by the way, we are into episode 41. blows my mind. How the hell are we into episode 41? Seems like we just started this thing a couple of weeks ago, man. But anyway, one thing I learned, I just can't stand wearing these, and I may not keep them on all night. But one thing I've learned is that sometimes you'll be talking, and especially if we have a guest on and they'll be talking. If I don't have these on, I can't always hear you because I just have the monitor on here in the studio,
Yeah.
and I'll just keep talking right over you. And I've gone back, I try to go back and watch each show at least once. If I don't do it in that first week, then I never get to it. It's like, so I try to do it just to kind of critique the show, see how it went. Oh, I kind of like the way we did that. Ooh, I didn't like that. We don't want to do that anymore. And so the point I'm making is sometimes if I don't have the headphones on, I'll just talk right over you guys, and it looks like I'm being fucking rude, ignoring you. And that was never, ever my intention, man. So anyway, you started talking about the link there, and I was talking right over you. So let's tell our viewers and listeners about the link in case they want to join the show. What do they need to do, Dean?
Okay, if you see the link in the comment section, basically it's simple. It's like Zoom. It's like you click on this, you open it up in your browser. You can choose to be on camera or not, or just microphone, and you can use this link for your phone as well. You just have to click on it, go through whether or not you want to have just your microphone or your camera. So when you do click on the link, if you're watching on a different device, you want to be able to mute anything that's playing back because there's a delay that you would watch. So if you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, oh geez, how many platforms we're on?
Oh
we're
my
on Twitch.
God.
We're on Twitch. We're
That's
on LinkedIn.
a new one. Yeah, the new one, Twitch. We just started last week, and you said we had a bunch of people jump on Twitch last week.
Twitch, LinkedIn, a couple of Twitter pages.
YouTube. We're all over Facebook. We're all over YouTube. We're on X. We're on Threads. We're on
If you're posting a link on Threads, then yes. Well,
and then, I was just telling my daughter and my son-in-law today. Alyssa and Cameron came over, Dean, and oh my God, man, we had so much fun. I mean, we truly were enjoying each other's company so much. I texted her after they had been gone for about a half hour that we were having so much fun, we forgot to take any fucking pictures. You know how everybody likes to take holiday pictures, post them online and stuff. And they had been gone for, I don't know, like I said, about a half hour. And I thought, oh my God, we didn't get any pictures. So I told her, I texted her, I said, well, listen, you guys take a Christmas picture by the end of the weekend, text it to me. And I'll figure out a way to crop myself in there and we'll have a holiday picture together. But anyway, I was telling them that, we're just on all these different platforms and, it's just blown my mind, man, how, we just keep growing and growing and growing. And so where I was going with that is I was telling them the next step, y'all, and I know I've said it on here before and I keep procrastinating about it, is getting out there on Apple and Spotify and SoundCloud and all these podcast platforms, what's it called, Dean? Anchor? Is that what?
Yeah, but it is a Spotify company. So,
that's what it is. So, that's where a lot of people do get their podcasts. And so, we're going to do that. But
so anyway, I told you recently that we'll be able to go live on Instagram. And, that comes with a disclaimer. The disclaimer is you're limited to 1 hour. So that's kind of one of those things where we can do it, but you got to pick the hour, if it's the first part of the show or whatever.
Yeah, because you know me, man, there ain't no way I could keep this show to 1 hour the way I run my mouth. But
it's just Instagram will bump you out in an hour. So
by the way, y'all, I'm going to stand up for a second, just real quick. There's my Christmas shirt. I was telling Dean, I was kind of bummed that my shirt doesn't, the whole shirt doesn't show with Woodstock and chilling, but you can see a little bit of Snoopy there, right there. So that's my Christmas shirt I'm wearing tonight. But yeah, man. So, anyways, we'll figure it out. We'll work it out with Instagram, But as I said on previous shows, we joke around about not going just an hour or going as long as we do because with this podcast, for God's sakes, man, I don't think we've ever really gone less than 2 hours more than a couple of times, like when we've taken the show on the road. We usually go a good 2.5 hours, and tonight and next week, with it being Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve, we're going to go over a few hours. I mean, we're literally going to ring in the new year live on the internet all around the world right here on the Dare Me podcast next week on Sunday. That's going to be fun, man. But the point I'm making is we totally get that we go long. We know that in this day and age of micro content when, everybody's scrolling TikTok or Reels on YouTube or whatever.
Sorry.
The hell is that?
Found a little hip hop Christmas music for some background, but
hey, that's
sorry, just
fine.
loading it and started to play. So
I'm glad you did, bro. But I'm just saying, man. We know we go long, but we do micro content as well. By the way, all credit where credit is due. Dean does 90% of the reels that we have out there. And I would highly encourage you to go to our YouTube channel, the Dare Me Podcast YouTube channel. And if you haven't yet, please do subscribe. It helps us come up in the algorithm. So if people are looking for help about kicking opiates or struggling with an addiction of some sort, mental health challenges or whatever, it's easier for them to find our podcast. So it's not self-serving in any way when we ask you to subscribe. We're just trying to help get the information out there for anyone we might be able to help. But nonetheless, with all that said, that's where all the cool reels are that Dean posts. And he picks clips from different shows and, puts them on there. And man, some of them have had, couple thousand views. Sometimes it's weird with those reels, Dean, because I'll do them too, that I put on different social media. And sometimes, you'll get some that get 100 views and then you do some and they get 1,000 views. It's like sometimes it just doesn't seem like there's any rhyme or reason to it, but I don't know. Algorithms pick up on different things. But, the point I was making is, as you know, Dean, we do micro content, but the purpose of this show is truly to try to help people who may be struggling. This show's for anybody. We try to provide entertaining content, and I think we do. My personal feeling on it, and based on the feedback that we get as well, because we talk about a lot of things. The underlying theme of this program is about trying to help people struggling with addiction, recovery, things to that nature. But we talk about a lot more than just that, man. We talk about fitness and exercise. Yeah. I hate wearing these goddamn headphones. Oh my God. I really do. And I'm always bumping my mic. But yeah, man, we talk about fitness. Look at that, man. Look at how fit I am. I wasn't always like that. When I was struggling and on the dope and shit, man, I was in the worst shape of my life. Now I'm in the best shape of my life, Thank God I was able to get through that horrible opiate addiction and the booze again, to get to the point where I am now. And by the way, man, oh God, I got an interesting story that I'm going to tell into this podcast. But where I'm going with that is I now have almost 2 years and 10 months clean again, completely 100% drug free. No dope, no booze, no nothing, man. And oh my God, I just feel as good as I think you could possibly feel. I have my shitty days like anybody else, but man, I just feel great. I have peace in my life. And so anyway, where I was going with all that is, this podcast is for anyone. We do, in fact, try to provide entertaining content, but we talk about drugs, addiction, and recovery. We talk about enlightenment. And like I was just kind of describing, trying to have peace in your life and be reasonably happy in life, And man, do we spend a lot of time talking about music. Oh my God. We spend a lot. Every single episode, we talk about music. It's been such a huge part of my life since I was a little kid, and working as a DJ. I made a living playing music in more clubs and bars than I could possibly remember, playing music on the radio, mobile DJ businesses, all that shit. Now I make music. We're going to play some music from yours truly on the show tonight, by the way. I should put my disclaimer. They're going to be covers, just clips. I'm not going to hold you hostage with whole songs, but a couple of clips of some covers I did. So yeah, man, I work in, Logic mainly and record music right here in the studio, auto tune and all. I was working on a song today with that boy Cameron, my son-in-law. He's so talented. If you see this, bro, thank you so much, man, for agreeing to do that today. We're working on a song we're covering together, man, and he gave me some tracks today. He laid down some, and I'm gonna work on mixing it, and man, hopefully I play it on the show not too far down the road. We really had fun doing that. But anyway, so you get the idea, man. And then we talk about different current events in the news on this show. We talk about the opioid crisis in the news. We do shout outs all the time. We got some really cool shout outs coming up in just a couple minutes. So you get the idea. So yeah, man, the point I guess I was starting to get at when I said that, this show is not about micro content is if someone does come across our podcast that may be struggling with addiction, or specifically like I was trying to kick opiates. It's horrible, man. It is horrible because the clock truly ticks at a snail's pace. It's like you're climbing the walls for days. You can't sleep. You got insomnia. You have no appetite. You're not feeling well at all. You got the cold sweats. You're kicking that whole restless leg syndrome. You feel like you got a hamster wheel running in your chest. It's being dope sick, basically. And that's what we try to do with this show is provide folks with something hopefully inspirational and informational that can help them kill some time while they're kicking and getting that shit out of their system. So, I don't want to keep going on and on about it too much longer. We've made that point on here many times, but we get it that this show goes long. But that's by design. It's intentional. We got our micro content out there. We got our reels out there. We're on TikTok. We're doing a TikTok. We're doing reels on YouTube and Facebook and Insta and all the things you got to do to promote shows like this, But we go long on purpose, y'all. And that's what we're going to do tonight. We have no time clock on this tonight. We're just going to keep talking about everything under the goddamn sun. And we're hoping to take some calls. I do know we got some people that are supposed to call in later. We have the links in the live chat room. If you would like to jump on board with this show, tell us Merry Christmas. We would love to hear from you. We'd love to see you. You just click the link. If you have a smartphone, we'll bring you on camera. We can hear you. If you're at a computer with a mic and a camera, we can bring you on that way. But it's as simple as using a smartphone. It's real easy. If you click the link, it'll walk you right through it. Dean, you're standing by in Orlando. You can help walk people through that if they have any challenges as well. And if you prefer to just call in and not be on camera, the telephone number to call, there it is on the screen, 407-924-3946. So Anyway, tell you what, Dean, let's go ahead and jump into some of our slides because I see we got quite a few people watching and viewing. And I had told some family members we were going to do a couple shout outs tonight. And I don't want to hold them hostage if I'm not sure who that is watching. I know we got a bunch of people, but if I have a feeling it might be a couple of family members. So before we do that, though, we gotta say congratulations to my favorite football team. Those Detroit Lions are the North Division champs. The first time they've won their division in 30 years. And man, in true Detroit Lions fashion, they made it, a nail biter, man, right down to the wire of that goddamn game today, man. In the fourth quarter, I start getting flashbacks to the old Lions, like, oh God, they're gonna fucking blow it. But they didn't, man. They are such a talented team. And they beat the Minnesota Vikings today, and then what was it? A Seattle loss, I believe it was. Anyhow, they won the division, and now, man, they are headed to the playoffs. And like that saying goes in football, on any given Sunday, man, any given team can win on any given Sunday. And we've joked around on this podcast many times. Have you drank the Lions Kool-Aid yet? Because over the years, man, they've just been, a heartbreaker team. And man, it's just so cool to see them doing great. And if you're a regular viewer and listener to our podcast, that Detroit City is my hometown. And if you're new to the podcast, yeah, Detroit is my hometown. I was born and raised there, lived there till I was 29, almost 30 years old. I have family there. I go back to visit usually once or twice, sometimes 3 times a year. And that'll always be home. And Orlando is my second home, where our boy Dean is at. I lived there for 30 years. And now I've been out here in Sacramento for about a year and a half, where I moved to be close to my beautiful daughter and my son-in-law. So anyway, y'all, though, Detroit City is in fact my hometown. And a lot of people know this. If you're a real football fan, Lions have never been to the Super Bowl, at least not since they've been calling it the Super Bowl. They did win the football championship when it was called like the football championship back in the 50s. But when they changed the name to the Super Bowl, which was like a genius marketing idea, the Lions have never been. So hopefully, I don't know, man, I won't jinx it or whatever. Hopefully they might go far in the playoffs this year and maybe even make it to the Super Bowl and maybe even win the Super Bowl. You never know, man. They're a great team. So anyway, without going on and on about it too long, I just couldn't let tonight go by and this opportunity go by to, kind of brag a little bit on my favorite football team and send a big shout out and congrats to not just the Detroit Lions, but isn't it true that, we root for our favorite teams, not just even necessarily for the team, but for all our fellow fans, for our hometown. And man, if there was ever a city that needs something to cheer about, it is Detroit City. I mean, Detroit City is not what it used to be. It is a fucking awesome city. Oh my God, man. I tell people all the time, Chamber of Commerce in Detroit, they ought to pay me a commission for being the biggest cheerleader for that city. It went through hell. And now, man, especially downtown, they have like completely rebuilt that city downtown. It is truly, the revitalization of Detroit City. And so where I was going with that is I tell people all the time, you looking for somewhere different, maybe to go on vacation? Go to Detroit, especially in the summer months. Anytime between like May and the end of September, you will love it. In fact, their river walk down on the Detroit River was voted the #1 river walk in the entire country by a USA Today poll of some sort they did. And, it's true, man. They invested millions in revitalizing that river walk and riverfront area down there. And all the stadiums Stadium. I mean, if you're a sports fan, God, Detroit City, man, Lions, Tigers, Pistons, Red Wings, all great teams. Well, Pistons ain't so great right now. There's some of the teams in the rebuilding stage. It's kind of bizarre to think that the Detroit Lions are, in fact, the best sports team in Detroit right now. Usually it's the other way around, but they are. And so anyway, man, yeah, Detroit City just couldn't, not to go on and on about it, y'all, but couldn't resist, sending a big shout out to the Detroit Lions and all of my hometown family and friends who I know are real happy about the Lions winning today and winning the division as well. So on that note, talking about sports, y'all, we got to do a shout out to this girl right here. My niece, Sarah Lloyd, is going to Harvard, man. She is a soccer player. And look at this, man. Talk about live your dreams and manifesting things. There she is as a little girl on the left with a soccer ball. And there's a pic that they just posted this past week on the social media on the right of her going to the Ivy League, Harvard, to play soccer, man. Just goes to show, man, you commit yourself to something, you manifest something in your life, you can make your dreams come true. And so, God, man, shout out to that girl, Sarah, my niece. I'm so proud of you, man. I'm so proud of you. And I just miss my family. That's one thing.
Hey, Glenn.
Yeah, I heard
just
the phone
to interrupt. Your son is on the line.
All right, let's bring that boy Cheap Money on the line. And where's he at? On the phone or on the?
What's going on?
Hey, Merry Christmas, Glenn. How are you, kiddo?
Merry Christmas Eve. I called right when you were talking about our soccer star in the family.
Oh, well, hey, that's okay, man. I was just doing a shout out to your cousin, Sarah, who has this scholarship to go to Harvard to play soccer, man. I'm just like, I tell you what, if you're a regular viewer, listener to our show, you know that my son Glenn has been a regular guest on the show. But if you're new to the podcast, Glenn, got to take a second to talk briefly about you. It's God, man, I'm trying not to get emotional because you truly helped coach me like back to health when I kicked them damn pain pills that I got hooked on. And, I was kind of showing my muscles earlier. I know you're on the phone. You probably can't see right now. I was flexing, man. And I'm just so grateful that I have a son who is my best friend as well, and a fitness enthusiast, as we say. And so thank you for calling in today, man. It's just such a great feeling to be able to talk to my son on Christmas Eve, which, by the way, everyone, Glenn is coming to us live from Miami, Florida. I'm here in Sacramento. Glenn's in Miami. And so I got to ask Glenn, how's my beautiful daughter-in-law Juana doing today? I'm sure you guys are spending time together, right?
She's good. Definitely haven't been a fitness enthusiast the last couple of days, eating plenty of Christmas cookies. But yeah, we're just relaxing and enjoying the evening. So, but yeah, you're motivating me with those guns you're flexing.
Oh, you watch it too then, eh? Okay, yeah. Well, hey, don't feel alone, bro. In fact, your sister and your brother-in-law were over here today, and I had cookies and donuts on the table. And so, but hey, man, it's Christmas, it's Christmas Eve. You gotta, I like. Well, you know what? I'm glad you said that, kiddo, because, as you know, I ballooned up to 180 pounds, which for some people, that's a good, healthy weight. For me, that's not a good weight. I'm not a real tall guy, y'all. I'm like 5'7", and that's just not a healthy weight for me. And I felt awful at that weight. Now I'm kind of holding steady right around 140 to 145. Being honest, I kind of like being a little bit less at about 135. I just feel more fit and energetic at that weight. But anyway, where I'm going with it, y'all, is as I was working my way back into shape, and Glenn, as you know, coaching me through it, I would say, "Yeah, kiddo, I'm gonna have me a cheat meal this weekend," and you would say, "Dad, don't think of it as a cheat meal. Think of it as a treat meal. You earned it. You worked hard in the gym all week for it. You deserve to have a good meal." And so,
Yeah.
yeah, as you know, man, with me losing the weight and keeping it off, by the way, it's been off for a couple of years now, more than that. People would sometimes ask me, well, what diet did you go on, bro? And I say, I never really went on a diet. I just started eating healthy. And, Glenn, that's all because of you. So thank you for coaching me back into good physical shape, man. I can't thank you enough.
Yeah, my pleasure. You rock. I mean, it's motivating me, and the proof's in the pudding just by seeing you.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what though, I'm just being honest, man. I even posted something the other day. You know how, yeah, I know some people get irritated, when you check in at the gym all the time on social media. Oh, there's look Glenn checking in at the gym again. Yeah, we know, Glenn. We know you go to the gym. You don't have to check in every time. But like I've said on here before, G, I do that sometimes because I have quite a few friends on social media that are gym rats just like you and me. And, we always kind of like each other's stuff. Shout out to that boy Marty, my boy Bonick, bro, my girl Jesse, all these different people who I follow, and we follow each other on social media, man. We always like each other's shit when we check in at the gym. So it's kind of a motivator to us and all that. But anyway,
Yeah.
I posted something a few days ago that, I always put no excuses, the old saying. And I posted that I had kind of been slacking a little bit and that I hadn't been,
Mhm.
as often since I got back from visiting you in Miami, actually. And so instead of putting no excuses, I put hashtag some excuses because I hadn't been going as often,
That's fun.
But
Yeah.
anyway, so man.
My mom's been going on walks every day, and she said that seeing your Facebook post putting like no excuses motivated her. So it's definitely motivated people in the family.
Well, you know what? Some people are going, "Oh shit, now that's all he needs to hear is he gonna start posting all that shit again." Because to be honest, I have kind of been backing off, checking in every fucking time I go there. I don't do it every single time. I was for a while there. I mean, I was the guy for about a year. I was checking in at the gym
Yeah.
every single day that I'd go. And I kind of backed off. I thought, people are probably getting irritated as hell with that. But now that you've told me that, man, maybe I won't do it every single time, but I'm glad to hear it because you know what, Glenn? I don't know if you caught it, but our friend Asim from Saudi Arabia, who you've met, and he always, by the
Hmm.
way, he texted me Merry Christmas today. Dean, I wanted to let you know
Hmm.
that as well. Asim always checks in with me and always tells me to say hi to you and Alyssa and the family and all that stuff. So anyway, where I was going with that is Asim called the podcast a few weeks ago, Glenn. And
Hmm.
God, it just blew my mind, man. As we've talked about many times with this podcast, it just amazes me the number of people and the reach that we have. I had no idea that Asim was watching this podcast from over in Saudi Arabia. It's just the miracle of the internet, and he called us to tell us, God, man, I just think what you're doing is awesome. And I wanted to let I'm watching and you are motivating me and other people all the way over here on the other side of the world with your fitness journey and staying in shape and what you're doing. And so, as you know, Glenn, I have said on this podcast many times that I sometimes will get self conscious about what we're doing. And I'll second guess myself, like, oh, good God, what have I done? I put myself out here. I'm being so vulnerable. Oh, God, and you know what? When I hear a comment like that, or get a call like that from my friend Asim over in Saudi Arabia, then I think to myself, hey, man, I'm doing exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. Can't stop, won't stop now. This podcast truly has taken on a life of its own, as we say, Glenn, I'll say this, man, and I'd like to hear your input and feedback on this. That before I even started this podcast, I ran it by both you and your sister, and I said, hey, man, I'm thinking about doing this, and if this makes you guys uncomfortable, me talking openly about my struggles with getting hooked on them opioid pain medications, drinking and addiction problems. If it makes you uncomfortable, I will not do it. And do you remember what you said to me when I told you that? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but do
No,
you
you're fine.
remember
Go
what?
ahead and say it.
Well, you said to me, Dad, if you do this and it helps even one person, then it's all worth it. Of course, I support you 100%. And so we talked about that on this show, and Dean included me saying that. It's like a clip from one of the shows in our open to the show, where I actually say what you told me. If we can help even one person with what we talk about and the information we share on this show, then it's all worth it. And so, kiddo, I can't thank you enough for your support of me starting this podcast. And I can tell you this, Glenn, based on your, input that motivated me to get it started. Guess what? We have helped some people, and we know that because we've heard from them. We hear from people almost every single week, not just from around the United States, but literally other parts of the world. Like I mentioned, from Asim in Saudi Arabia. We hear from people in Canada. We hear from people in the UK, which is our second biggest viewing and listening audience, by the way, which blows my mind. We hear from people in Latin America. I think we got some analytics from YouTube at the end of November that over 7,000 people tuned in just to our YouTube channel. That doesn't include, we're all over Facebook, and like Dean was talking about earlier, LinkedIn, Threads, X. Now we're on Twitch, all the things. What? 7,000 people listening to me run my mouth. Of course, we've had great guests on the show, including yourself. But the point I'm making, Glenn, is thank you for those words of encouragement and approval too, because your approval meant a lot to me and your sister, when I decided to do this. If y'all would have told me, I don't know, man, make me a little uncomfortable putting yourself out there like that, I wouldn't have done it. But because I did get the encouragement, and basically y'all said, hey, do you, man, do you. We're making a difference, man. And so I just can't thank you enough for your words of support and encouragement in doing the podcast.
Hey, you rock. I'm proud of you. And, go into 2024 with that same bulletproof mindset that you've got. And it's going to be a good year.
Yeah, I know. I'm so excited. Well, hey, I don't want to hold you hostage. I know it's Christmas Eve and you're there with my beautiful daughter-in-law, Juana. Shout out to Juana if you're watching this, man. So I don't want to hold you hostage, but I got to fill you in on something. Today, your sister and brother-in-law were here, and I talked that boy Cameron into coming in here in the studio and laying down a couple tracks, and we are working on a song together. It's a cover song, and but it's going to have vocals from both of us. And he laid down some vocals for me today, and I'm going to be working on auto tuning my part. He's got great vocals, and just tuning it up and all that. And I just thought I'd share that with you because, as you recall, you and I got in the studio when we were up in Detroit, what was about a year ago, I guess, with that boy Shebang, who he's supposed to call in tonight too, a little later maybe. But I thought I'd share that with you. We had some fun here today doing that, man.
Yeah,
So
it sounds like it. I'm excited
yeah.
to hear the song when it's finished.
Yeah. Well, and you know what? Since we kind of shifted gears talking about music, I got a couple clips of some stuff that I covered that we're going to play on the show tonight that I know you've have heard before. And in fact,
Mhm.
one of them is a clip from that song Ride or Die that Awana, you had said you liked that I sent to y'all. God, I covered that tune a long time ago, like over a year, a couple
Yeah.
of years ago. But I always liked it. So I make these reels promoting this show, and I'm always talk about the gym, like in between reps at the gym, because when I go to the gym, y'all, I'm there for a long time. Sometimes I'll stay 2, 3, 4 hours, and so like in between reps, I'll just be kind of brainstorming, trying to think of songs that I can make a reel to promote the show and what the lyrics are and all that stuff. And so I used a couple that I covered this past week. So anyway, I'm getting off topic, kiddo. Merry Christmas to you and Awana. Thank you so much for calling in, man. I really appreciate it, Glenn. I know we won't talk about it tonight, but there's going to be some big news coming from you not too far down the road. And I am really excited about talking about it. And I will not, say anything beyond that, but I'm just so friggin' excited for you, man. Yeah, I'm so proud of you. Y'all, my boy G on the phone. Merry Christmas, man. Thank you so much for calling in, kiddo. Anything else you want to add before we let you go?
No, it's 2024 is going to be a good year. I'm proud of you, rocking and rolling, and nothing but a G thing, partners to the end. And
Yeah,
yeah,
buddy.
have a good rest of your show, and Merry Christmas tomorrow, and we'll talk tomorrow.
All right, kiddo. Thanks for calling in, Glenn. We'll talk to you soon, kiddo. I love you, man. Peace. Merry Christmas.
Love you too.
All
Bye.
right.
Merry Christmas.
Right on. How about that, y'all? Hey, Dean. Thanks for getting that call on. So yeah, there you go, y'all. Hey, man, family. It's Christmas, calling in on the Dare Me podcast. And hey, if you're just jumping on the show, I see we still got a boatload of people in the viewing room watching the show. You are welcome to join us as well. Dean, let's put that phone number back up on the screen. If you might want to call in, if you're just listening and not watching, I'll read the number for you. It is 407 924 3946. 407 924 3946. You are welcome to call us live here on the Dare Me podcast. We're going to be on all night long. Well, not all night till the Dean's like,
Yeah.
Dean's like, whoa, well, wait a minute. No, we're not going to be on all night till the sun comes up, but we have no hard time that we're going to end tonight, y'all. We're just going to keep going until we run out of gas. We decided, a few weeks ago, we were talking about, what are we going to do with the podcast on Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve? Because it's on a Sunday when we ordinarily go live. And we had talked about doing, just playing one of our previous episodes, a pre-recorded version rerun of the show. And the more we talked about it, we thought, you know what? Let's go live, man. A lot of people are alone on Christmas Eve. The holidays are not always a happy time for people. It's all, a lot of pomp and circumstance sometimes. Everybody's supposed to be so happy, joyous, and free. And God bless everybody that is. We don't want to, be a damper on things. I've had a great holiday so far. It's not always that way for everyone. Maybe you've lost a loved one. Maybe you've gone through a bad breakup. Maybe, you're struggling with addiction. You're trying to stay sober. You're trying to stay clean. The holidays can be a tough time. Maybe you've spent some time during the day with friends or family, and now you're chilling at home watching us on your big screen TV and got the YouTube channel. Call us up, man. Say hi. Merry Christmas. We don't have to talk about drugs, addiction, or whatever. We can just talk about music and fitness or any goddamn thing under the sun you want to talk about, man. Just give us a call. We'll be here at least for the next couple of few hours, and God only knows where this conversation is going to go. We do have, by the way, Quite a few slides we're still going to go into. We got some cool videos. We got some stories in the news having to do with the opioid crisis we're going to talk about. So, I know different people will be jumping in and out of the podcast throughout the course of the evening at different times. So, we're just kind of recapping what we're doing at different times during the show. And that's kind of the recap of what we're doing here. So, if you're just jumping on, by all means, feel free to give us a call, or you can go into our live chat room and you'll see all the links that Dean has posted there. We got the Facebook link, we got the YouTube link, we got, you get the idea. If you go in the chat room, you'll see the links are there, and if you click on them, we can actually bring you live right on camera. And you can do it on a smartphone, or you can do it at a computer. If you're sitting in front of a camera and a mic at your computer, we'll bring you on that way. But all you really need is a smartphone. If you're not comfortable coming on camera, just call the telephone number like our boy G just did, and we can talk to you. That number again is 407-924-3946. So right now, y'all, we're going to go back to the slides because we got some more shout outs. And just to recap, this is my beautiful niece, Sarah. And by the way, y'all, she lives in Denver and she's going to be going to Harvard. And I just couldn't resist doing a shout out to her. Some of y'all know I come from a very athletic family, including yours truly. I'm pretty athletic. When I was a younger guy, man, I played hockey for 2 years. I was on the football team. I played baseball. Might not be the tallest guy in the world, but love playing basketball. I'm still out there shooting hoops on the court at the park all the time, man. So I just love sports. And some of y'all may recall we did a whole episode a while back all about my nephew, Jason Bokashua, the professional hockey player. And man, we showed some video of him playing against the Detroit Red Wings when he was with the St. Louis Blues. Shout out, Jay, if you see this, bro. And now I am so proud and so happy to do a shout out to my niece, Sarah, and I just thought this was the coolest picture, man. There she is as a little girl. Look how cute, with the soccer ball, just learning to play soccer. And now that picture on the right, she's going to Harvard to play soccer. I'm just so excited, man, to see where the future takes her. So shout out and congratulations to Sarah, as well as, the whole family there. And so now we got to do this shout out. This is my nephew, Andrew. Shout out, Drew. Oh, my God. And his mom, Kelly. Shout out, Kelly, if you're watching this. I texted her earlier and told her we were going to do a shout out. She posted my favorite hockey player. And look what she wrote. The kid was on fire last night at his hockey game against Little Caesars. He got a hat trick and an awesome assist with his best pass of the season. Can't wait to continue to watch him do what he loves. Oh my God, man. I'm trying not to get emotional reading that because, I will say, man, it's hard when you don't get to, see your family and friends, accomplish these kinds of things. And for those who ain't hockey fans, because I know we get a lot of people who ain't necessarily, hockey fans or sports fan, a hat trick is when you score 3 goals in one game. So this kid scored 3 goals and had an assist with what apparently was his best pass of the season to beat a Little Caesars team, which ordinarily was a pretty good team, y'all. So anyway, had to send a shout out to my nephew, Andrew. And I'm just so proud of you, man. Keep doing what you're doing, kiddo. And congratulations, man. That's freaking awesome. I'm so proud of you. So anyway, all right, we're going to shift gears, y'all. And let's talk a little bit about this holiday season for those in recovery. Because like we talked about a little bit earlier on this podcast, and by the way, we have more shout outs coming. in the show, but I wanted to talk about this because this podcast is mainly geared toward people that are trying to live and stay clean and drug free. And for a lot of our viewers and listeners that we hear from, they are trying to be active in the recovery community, things to that nature. And there's events going on literally all around the world because the 12-step programs, NA, AA, whatever A, you pick it, they truly are worldwide programs. And there's events going on all over the place. I do happen to live in Sacramento, where I know a lot of people like to watch our show. Shout out, y'all. Thanks for tuning in. So, I thought I'd share this and also as an example to anybody else who may be new to recovery about events going on in your area as well, because I guarantee there's stuff just like this going on, whatever area of the country or the world you might live in too. But this is one of my favorite groups. I don't get up to this one as much as I like to because it's a little bit of a drive from where I live. But I've been to this meeting and this group many times. They call it the North Sac Group, and they have what they're calling a holiday marathon going on right now. Kind of a play on, the NA name, Narcotics Anonymous, NA marathon, you get the idea. And so, as you can see, and as it says here on this flyer, that we got off social media, around the clock meetings every 2 hours, kicking off at 6 o'clock on Christmas Eve. So it just started tonight, right as we went on the air with the podcast. And goes 24 hours right through, more than 24 hours, goes all the way till midnight tomorrow, Christmas Day. So nonstop fellowship, a safe place at the holidays that can be very tough for people. Like I was talking about earlier on this podcast, y'all, can be very tough for people who are new to living sober or drug free or clean. It's a very tempting time of the year. And so this gives people a place to go, where they can hang out with like-minded people. They're not going to be offered dope or drinks or be tempted, things to that nature. And not only is there fellowship, there's good recovery meetings going on where people are talking about, man, how do you stay clean? How do you stay sober? Because, we've talked about it on this podcast many times, y'all. There's an old saying around the around the podcast, around the program. And I'm really trying, y'all, to keep my language clean tonight because it is Christmas Eve. And, I know we might even have some younger viewers on tonight. I was doing shout outs to family and stuff, but I'm just going to say this. There is a saying around the program, pardon my French in advance, that any old asshole can get clean, go into detox, go into rehab, kick in your sister's basement. Hello. Do what you got to do to get clean. Anybody can get clean if they really make up their mind that they want to get all that out of your system. Detox, as we say. But how you going to stay clean? What are you going to do when those all important moment of choices come? Oh, and they will come. Oh, they're coming. Yeah, believe me, where you will be tempted. You'll get a case of the screw-its. See, I'm trying to keep my language clean, y'all. That's not what I usually say. Where, you just want to throw in the towel and say, you know what, I'm just going to have one to take the edge off, man. And then before you know it, it snowballs out of control and you're right back into the madness of it all, So anyway, the point I'm making and where I'm going with that is, especially if you're new to recovery, this particular flyer that we're showing on the screen right now is just an example of where you can go on the holidays. This one is specific to the Sacramento area. And I just got a message from my girl Alyssa. I bought her little doggy a couple toys for Christmas. She just texted. It says Timmy loves his new toys. Shout out Alyssa, and shout out to that doggy Tim. I love that dog, y'all. So anyway, yeah, hey, we are live. Anything can happen live, y'all, and that truly was a live message. I just got up in the corner of my screen there. So shout out Alyssa. Anyway, y'all, so yeah, where I was going with that is there's events like this going on in your town too. So if you're new to the 12-step programs, living and staying clean, man, here's one in the Sacramento area. You could go there right now, right as we speak. We are live on the air, on the internet. If you're wanting to go and participate in a fun, recovery oriented event where people are living clean, being each other's biggest cheerleader to stay off of that shit. And I will tell you this, I guarantee there's food. Yeah. Oh man, people bring the food to these events at the holidays. And so anyway, that one's in the Sac area. I thought we'd show this one as well, all the way over in your neck of the woods, Dean. This is at a group in the Orlando, Florida area, in a city called Longwood, where I used to live, actually. And this is what we call my home group in Orlando. I have a home group in Orlando. I have one in Detroit City, and I have one here where I live now in Sacramento. And anyway, this is one of the most well-known meetings, actually, in the Orlando area. It's been there for years and years. In fact, it was the first NA meeting I ever went to when I moved to Orlando. I had been involved in the NA program for about 5.5 years when I moved to Orlando, but this particular group was the first one I went to in Orlando. They moved around to several different physical locations over the years. And right now they're located in the city of Longwood, and there's the address on there, on Ronald Reagan Boulevard. And you can see, man, they got a holiday dinner, marathon meetings. They are, what time is it right now? It's, oh yeah, this is definitely going on right now. In Orlando, it started at 7:45 tonight, and they will have marathon meetings going on. They have like a separate room at this location. There's a couple of rooms, and you get the idea. I mean, it's just a safe place to go at the holidays, y'all. Fellowship, you'll make great friends. There'll be all kinds of food. It says the marathon goes until 8 o'clock tomorrow, when it'll be like a regular speaker meeting. So I just thought I'd point these two out, y'all. I won't go on, and I'm not going to show flyers from every city and every group around the country and other parts of the world, but these are two of my favorites. And if you're new to living clean, new to living sober, new to the whole recovery process and lifestyle, if you will, and you're not really familiar with these types of events, I guarantee there's one going on in your part of the world too. And as we've said on this podcast many times, if you've never been to a 12-step meeting, it's real easy to find out what they're all about. Because I will say, they ain't for everybody. It ain't for everybody. It's a huge part of my recovery, that's for sure. As I've said on this podcast before, I think of my program and my recovery as two unique, separate, distinctive things. Program my program of choice, as we say, people have their drug of choice when they're using. Well, my program of choice, now that I'm living clean, is NA, Narcotics Anonymous. I say it on here all the time. I'm an NA guy. I put my disclaimer out there all the time. I ain't trying to represent no 12-step program. This podcast is not affiliated with any 12-step program or anything like that. Ain't trying to break no traditions in the program. For those that know, I'll also say it's a big part of my life and my recovery, and I can damn sure talk about it, and I do. In keeping with the whole recover out loud philosophy now, recovery out loud, that whole anonymity thing that is part of the 12-step groups, whether it's NAAA or whatever, pick it, OAGA, there's a zillion different 12-step programs out there now, means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. If someone chooses to remain anonymous for whatever reason, there may be a stigma attached to it. Maybe they legit are trying to keep on the DL about their struggles with alcoholism, addiction, drug use, whatever, because it could legit threaten their livelihood, their employment, relations, whatever. I get it, man. I get it. Do you? If you choose to remain anonymous, that is totally your choice. Um, I'll also say for me and for those of us that, choose to recover out loud in this day and age, in December of 2023, almost 2024 now in just a week, it's different than it was in 1953 when NA started. It's different than it was in 1935 when AA started, and the whole anonymity thing was such a huge part of it all. And it is still part of it. It's not the same as it used to be. It's just not, especially now with the internet and social media and things to that nature. And I personally think it's a good thing. It is for the good that people are recovering out loud, just like we are on this podcast, so that people struggling know they're not alone. Because a lot of times when you're in the depths and darkness of addiction and all that stuff, man, you do feel alone. And you can, and it happens quite often, go into isolation, and so sometimes when people are in isolation, they'll be doing exactly what I was doing when I was isolating in that room, doing all them pills and snorting and dope and drinking myself to death. I'd be online scrolling, and at the end they're looking for information on how to get off opiates, how to kick opiates, how to try to get clean, and so you know uh, that was part of our hope in starting this podcast. And quite frankly, even with going live, because a lot of podcasts, man, they don't go live. It's like they record the show and they edit it all up nice and tidy and clean and precise, and then they post it, and you got this nice little package of this podcast, which is great. And we do that with our live shows. I've been doing a lot more lately where I take care and time to edit out different things and try to condense it. Like earlier tonight when we started, we had some technical difficulties. I'll edit all that bullshit out later and repost it. And then we do like a premiere on YouTube. Hey, if you missed us live last Sunday, you can watch the premiere of the recorded edition of the Dare Me podcast. You get the idea, but where I was going with that all, y'all, is that our hope in going live and going long with this podcast, be it on Christmas Eve, for God's sake, and New Year's Eve next week, is that we might get to someone who might be isolating right now, struggling with alcoholism, addiction. They're locked in their bedroom, don't even want to come out because they don't want anybody to see them. Hello, and the shape they've gotten in, feeling like they want to die, because they know that stuff's got them in a stranglehold, and just scrolling, kicking. Maybe they're dope sick, can't get any pills right now. They're physically dependent on opioids, strung out, kicking, and looking for a way out. And maybe they're just scrolling and happen to see us live and say, wow, what is this, man? What's this Dare Me podcast? This is live. Let me click on this, see what the hell it's all about, and maybe get their attention. And you know what, y'all? We're into episode 41 of this podcast now. 41. And what I just described to you we know happens. And you know how we know? Because we hear from people all the time. Every week we hear from people, like I said, all over the United States and other parts of the world too. I was talking about it earlier on the show. And again, I don't mean to keep repeating myself, y'all, but I see we got a full viewing room on the show. Shout out to all y'all, man, for watching, and Merry Christmas, man. We're so happy to have people on live with us tonight. I had a couple of people say to me that, hey, just so you know, man, it's Christmas Eve. Y'all might not get that many people if you get anybody watching. It's Christmas Eve. In fact, my son G, who called into the show earlier tonight, he said, hey, Dad, I hope you ain't disappointed if nobody checks in on the show. And, and then even my sister Carol, shout out Carol, she likes watching the show. She said the same thing. And, here I see we got a full viewing room right now. So shout out to all of y'all. But anyways, and of course, we always like to do a shout out to anyone who may come across the recorded version of our show, because that's where we get most of our viewers and listeners, quite frankly, y'all, because we get these analytics. And that's where I started to go with that. Is that it just freaks me out, man. We get these analytics. And for the month of November, we'll be getting December numbers here in a week or so, but for the month of November, and this is not something we can make up, y'all. This is directly from YouTube. We showed the analytics on this program. We'll do it again sometime. We had over 7,000 people tune in to our Dare Me podcast YouTube channel from around the world. Our biggest audience is, of course, here in the United States. Our second biggest is in the UK. And so shout out to all our friends in the UK. We've had people watching in Australia, in Canada, Latin America. It just blows my mind. Oh my God, man. I'm trying not to get emotional talking about it because y'all blow my mind when you contact us. A shout out to that friend of ours, Awesome, who contacted us from Saudi Arabia, telling us he's watching the Dare Me podcast and that we're inspiring him to be, healthy and get fit and stay fit, man. It's like I said earlier when I was talking to my son Glenn, who called into the show earlier tonight. It's like, man, sometimes I do, honestly, y'all, I get self-conscious, man. I do, this is kind of right up my alley doing this kind of thing. I made a living, my whole career, even as a younger guy, working on the radio and being that guy, an entertainer, playing music in bars and clubs and all that shit, all that stuff, so I'm right in my own element doing this, that's not what I mean by that. What I get self-conscious about is being so vulnerable, being naked, putting it out there on the show the way I do, because I will tell y'all this. What you see and what you get of your old pal Glenn Victor on this show is authentic. This is the authentic Glenn. I mean, the stripped down bare version. It's kind of like what I was joking around about earlier. Dean, you had the telephone number up on the screen, which, by the way, let's put that telephone number up again in case anybody wants to call in. If you just jumped aboard, you're watching or listening to us live, you can call us and talk to us live on the air on the Dare Me podcast at that telephone number right there that's scrolling across the screen, 407-924-3946. And that's where I was going with it. It's like when I worked in radio and TV, you kind of put on this mask, you become this guy or this girl, and I was joking about it earlier when I was reading the phone number, like, call the Dare Me podcast at 407-924-3946 and you'll be live on the air with it. That's all phony shit, man. It's all playing a role. I mean, not phony, but it truly is. It's like acting, it's like playing this role when you're reading stuff like that and doing shit like that. Where what I'm doing with this podcast, that ain't what this is, man. This is me just being real with y'all. Like I said, the stripped down, bare naked, vulnerable version of your old pal Glenn telling his story and trying to hopefully help some people by being so open and honest about my addiction and how I got hooked on the opioid pain medication. And, I've showed pictures or have shown pictures on this show of myself in the deep, dark, throes of addiction, which we'll have to dig those up and show them again sometime. I know there's a couple of family members like, oh my God, what the hell would you show those pictures for? Where I just don't look good, y'all. But it's kind of a trendy thing. I just got another live message that was from my niece Jen, who I sent a message to earlier, letting her know we were going to do a shout out to Sarah, who we did earlier, who's going to play soccer at Harvard. My niece, my beautiful niece Sarah. Oh my God, she's all grown up now too, man. It's like, oh my God, where does the time go? But yeah, man, that's what I was kind of alluding to, is that I really do try to be the authentic Glenn on this podcast, and it does make you self-conscious, quite frankly. And I do second guess myself sometimes. So my son Glenn called in earlier. If you might happen to still be watching or listening, your words of encouragement are huge to me. And of course, all the people we hear from across the country and different parts of the world, I just can't believe it. I know I keep mentioning Asim in Saudi Arabia, but it blows my mind that we get a call on this podcast from a guy in Saudi Arabia who says he's watching and listening and that we're inspiring him to live healthy. What? So, yeah, y'all, when I get self conscious and second guess myself about doing this podcast and put myself out there the way I have, and then I get a call like that, I just think I'm right where I'm supposed to be. I'm as that boy Tyler Dean. Do you remember we had Tyler Olamon not long ago? He's a very talented artist, musician, and he did that song and video about his mom who has agoraphobia. I think, is that how you say it? Agoraphobia.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he, I was sharing what I just shared, how I feel real vulnerable doing this sometimes, and that by him doing that video about his mom having agoraphobia, phobia, just made me feel strong. And do you remember what he said to me? Because God, it gives me chills. I get filled up. He said, Glenn, you keep doing what you're doing. You're doing God's work, bro. Man. Whew. Yeah, I know. Sorry, y'all. It's just when we hear from people that tell us we're actually helping them with what we're doing on this podcast, it's like I said, I can't stop, won't stop now, man. It's like, yeah, I can get self-conscious and feel vulnerable all day, but I just can't stop now, y'all. So, hey, we got to back up on our slides just a little bit because Jennifer, my niece Jen, is live in the chat room, and she says, good evening, Uncle GB. Well, Jen, I don't know if you were on board earlier, but we did do a shout out to your beautiful daughter, my niece Jen. We're going to do it again, just in case you weren't watching when we did it earlier or listening. And we pulled this off of social media. There she is, the one and only Sarah Lloyd, who is going to Harvard to play soccer. I am so proud of her for this. And oh my God, what beautiful pictures, man. And it just goes to show, when you commit yourself to something in life, you can manifest whatever you want to. There she is as a little girl. Look at this little cutie of her just learning how to play soccer. And then there she is on the right, this picture that was posted of her, announcing she'll be going to Harvard to play a soccer there. It just blows my mind. And Jen just chimed in the chat room. She says, thanks. I did a screenshot. Well, thank you for sharing that, with us all on social media. Jen, of course, I know Sarah had made an announcement, and God, I got to tell you, man, I was saying it earlier on this podcast, Jen, and I know you get this. Um, because I know y'all live in Denver, and it's just hard sometimes being away from family because, uh, we have a lot of family up in the Midwest in Michigan. I have family in Florida. We have, family in different parts of the country, whether it's, Pennsylvania, Ohio. Dean, I know you have family up in Massachusetts, that whole thing. But people got to live their lives, but sometimes, man, it's hard being away and missing things like this. And so I just want to say, Jen, if you're still watching or listening, as I got to come visit. God, it's been, a year and a few months since I moved out here to Sacramento. And as I was headed out here, y'all, man, I see we still got a boatload of people in the viewing room. Thank you for tuning in tonight, y'all, and watching on Christmas Eve. We're so happy to have so many people watching and listening. But on my way out to Sacramento, when I moved out here, I decided to drive through Colorado, and I called my niece and nephew, and I was able to go by and visit, and I'm so glad I did because I got to see the beautiful Sarah, who is now going to play soccer at Harvard, and we'll be following her career there, y'all, and keeping tabs. And in case you missed it, Jen, we also did a shout out to our nephew. There, we're going to do it again. There's that boy, Andrew Hoagland, and he is a hockey player. And so, our niece, Jen and I have well, I guess that'd be your cousin, Kelly, my niece, Kelly, posted this on social media, and she posted, and Andrew is a twin, by the way. He has a twin sister, Ella. Shout out, Ella, miss you. And we also got to send a shout out, in case they're watching, to Care Bear, my niece Kara, and of course Brooklyn. And Kelly has 4 of them, man, and Andrew is one of a twin. And Jen's still in the chat room. So, yeah, she still watched. She says, love the hockey boys in the family, too. Yeah, the hockey boys. And I talked about that earlier, that boy, Jason Bakashua. We did a whole feature on Jason on this show not long ago, where we showed like a highlight reel when he played for the St. Louis Blues against the Detroit Red Wings and had that heartbreaking loss against them at the last second of the game in St. Louis. But it just goes to show, man, we all get knocked down, but hey, man, the true testament is when we get back up in life. And that's what he did, because he came back to beat the Detroit Red Wings in his hometown of Detroit City in a shootout. And oh my God, it truly was, being a sports guy the way I am. I love sports, y'all. It was one of the most exciting times my entire life. I'll never forget it as long as I live. And so, yeah, man, it's great to see Andrew kind of sort of following in Jason's footsteps. Of course, Jason was a goalie, but Andrew is a forward. And as Kelly posted here in the social media post, she said he was on fire last night at his hockey game against Little Caesars, which ain't no, blowover, y'all. They're tough teams. Little Caesars teams are. And he got a hat trick and an awesome assist with his best pass of the season. And then she wrote, can't wait to watch him do what he loves. And man, I can't wait either. I'm just so excited to see the future for Andrew, as well as Sarah playing soccer for Harvard. So shout out to both of them. We couldn't resist doing it again, y'all. So yeah, we had to do that. And thank you so much for tuning in to the show tonight, Jen. We hope you're enjoying the content. So I have to do another shout out, y'all. Look at this. Oh my God, I am trying so hard not to get emotional right now. This is, let me introduce to you Alexander Louis Cartagena, who was born on December 15th, just 9 days ago at 7:49 in the morning. And this is the son of one of my best friends in the whole wide world. I really think of him as a nephew and his dad as a brother, that boy Louis. But this is my friend Adam, his little son, who was just born. And he contacted me. He was watching the podcast last week and he contacted me after and let me know that he had a baby, and this is Alexander Louis Cartagena. And so I asked him if he would be okay with us doing a shout out and showing his little newborn on the podcast. And he said, "Oh my God, absolutely." So I invited him to call in to the show. And he said he was going to try to. He didn't know with it being Christmas Eve and all, but I let him know we were going to be going for a few hours tonight. We have no time clock on this show tonight, y'all. Not that we ever do, right, Dean? We just kind of go sometimes till we run out of gas. But, we usually have a pretty good outline of the show and we have structure and we kind of know what we're going to do. We'll usually have a guest on and then we'll go into news after and then we talk about some current events, some shout outs and some humor at the end. And we're going to do all that tonight. We are. But tonight we're just kind of, to use the phrase, flying by the seat of our pants, man. We're just going with the flow. We got some structure and we still have a lot of slides we're gonna get to. We got some more video. You're gonna hear your old pal Glenn singing in a little bit. We got some music that I covered and some videos we're gonna show. But the whole idea with us doing the podcast live tonight was to try to help people have some company on Christmas Eve, and hopefully provide entertaining content to anyone. But the holidays are not always a happy time for everyone. I feel so blessed that I'm having a good holiday season this year. I had a wonderful day with my beautiful daughter and my awesome son in law. And we actually, as I mentioned on the podcast earlier, we recorded some music together. I'm so excited. He laid down some tracks here in the studio because he's a talented singer and musician. And we're going to do I'm going to produce it and auto tune it and all that stuff for my part. Not that he needs auto tune, but if you know Logic or Pro Tools, you can put all these different effects on it. So he laid down some tracks today and I'm going to put that song out real soon, y'all. It's coming. But anyway, the point I'm making is I had a wonderful day and I just feel so blessed that I'm having a good holiday season. It hasn't always been that way. I've had some shitty holidays. I've had some rough holidays, y'all, when I was caught in the grips of addiction or alcoholism. It wasn't fun and it darn sure wasn't pretty. And we know that it's that way for a lot of other people too. And so Dean and I talked about it and we thought, you know what? Maybe we'll just play a pre recorded version of the show on Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve, being that they are Sunday nights when we do the show regularly. We go live. And then the more we talked about it, we thought, you know what? Let's go ahead and do the shows live. Maybe we might be able to help someone. Maybe someone is having a lonely holiday, which can be very tempting, by the way, for people who are just learning to live sober, live clean, stay sober, whatever. It's a very tempting time of the year, especially if maybe you're struggling with the loss of a person who may have passed recently, maybe a broken relationship, maybe the finances aren't that great and you weren't able to have the kind of Christmas or holiday you were hoping for. Depression starts to set in, loneliness starts to set in, isolation starts to set in, and then you get a case of what we call the efforts, and you say, you know what, I don't like feeling this way, let me put something on it. And so now you start taking dope, smoking weed, drinking, whatever. Well, our hope is that we might get someone who sees we're live, because we are live all over Facebook, all over YouTube, half dozen different Facebook, YouTube channels. We're live on LinkedIn. We're live on X. We're live on Threads. We're live on some new one. Dean got us on Twitch last week. And our first week out on Twitch, we had like half dozen people watching. And again, I see we got a full viewing room tonight. Thank you guys all so much for watching and listening, you know. So anyway, where I was going with that is, yeah, man, we're doing the podcast live tonight, and you know, we're gonna go long and until we just run out of gas. We know different people will jump on and off at different times throughout the evening, and we're just hoping to, you know, provide a place for people to go and maybe enjoy some entertaining content, and maybe even help somebody get through the evening clean and sober, and maybe even have a few laughs at our expense. So anyhow, with all that said, Dean, I'm looking, see, I can see the slide, y'all, uh, before we actually put them on the screen. And so let's go ahead and do a couple funny things here. We'll add a little humor to the stage. All right. We ordinarily do our funny memes at the end of the show, but I'm breaking format tonight. uh, and we're going to do some humor. Now, we're going to do some at the end too, but I pulled a boatload of memes tonight. And so we were talking about Billy Bob Thornton earlier because there's that movie Bad Santa. And I met Billy Bob Thornton you know, back in the spring, and he was so nice to me, and he gave us a shout out for the podcast, and we played it earlier on the show. Dean, do we happen to have that shout out handy? Is that something? I mean, I guess I can go up in here.
Hey, everybody, I'm here with Glenn Victor. And I just want to say hey to everybody in the Dare Me podcast world out there.
Billy Bob Thornton, thanks, bro. I really appreciate it, man. All right, you rock. How about that? Still blows my mind that I freaking met Billy Bob Thornton, man. I'm such a fan. And you know, Dean, I know sometimes you tease me how I truly do turn into a fangirl sometimes with some of these music groups I go see and all that stuff. And Dean was telling me one day, we always talk about the show afterwards for a half hour or more. And he's like, God, Glenn, man, you really need to just chill with some of these music artists. You just fangirl over them way too much. And I get it. And I appreciate the constructive feedback. What I will say is when I met Billy Bob, I kind of kept my cool. I really did. I mean, I was starstruck. I ain't gonna lie. I was definitely starstruck, but he's such a cool guy that I think I almost felt like obligated to keep my cool. You know what I mean? And I got to talk to him for about 5 minutes, you know, and we had a cool conversation, man. And it was just like, you know, he's a musician, by the way, in case y'all didn't know. A lot of people, of course, most people know Billy Bob as the actor, you know, from, you know, Sling Blade, the Academy Award winning movie that he wrote, directed, and starred in, you know, the Bad Santa movies and all the rest. He's been in a ton of stuff. He is also a very talented musician and the lead singer for the rock and roll group called the Boxmasters. And if you've never heard music from the Boxmasters, man, I just can't encourage you enough to go check their stuff out. So anyway, they were playing at a place here in the Sacramento area last spring. And so I went to see them, and I got real lucky. I had a front row ticket. I was kind of off to the right, but I did get a front row ticket. And it wasn't real expensive either. I think I paid like $75 for it or whatever. So anyway, he was there after the show. And so I got to talk to him and meet him. And I told him about the podcast. And I'm like, bro, we do a podcast, man. Would you mind giving us a shout out? And you just saw it. He said, yeah, let's do it. So how cool is that, man? It's like getting an endorsement from Billy Bob Thornton. Guys like him, man, they get millions of dollars for endorsing products or whatever on TV and shit. And he just gave us a shout out. And Man, we've had what, Dean? Like, got over a couple thousand views of that thing on just the YouTube channel alone. So anyway, I saw this meme, which is a still shot of him from a scene in the movie Bad Santa, where he's sitting at the bar having a drink, smoking a cigarette. If you've never seen Bad Santa, they named it the right thing. It's not a family movie you want to watch with the little kids. Believe me, don't do that. Don't watch it with your grandma. Don't watch it with your daughter. Don't watch it with your mom. It's that kind of movie. It's pretty raunchy, but if you like that kind of humor, it's almost like that high school, college guy kind of humor. It can be a funny movie. And anyway, at the end of the day, he's such a great actor, and he was so nice to me. So I thought we'd show this meme. All moms by December 24th that celebrate Christmas, because you get so stressed out buying gifts and presents and shopping. In fact, Dean, you know what, bro? I posted something on social media yesterday. I had a lot of people comment on it because I think they could relate. I told myself I am not going to end up at Wally World today. I am not going to end up at Wally World today. And I ended up at Wally World. And I posted it and I checked in and I go, I can't believe I'm freaking here at Walmart the day before Christmas Eve. And it was a zoo. And yeah, so man, people do get stressed out this time of the year trying to get all the gifts purchased and wrapped and getting just the right gift and dealing with crowds and traffic and all that stuff. And so anyway, I thought this meme was kind of humorous.
Hey, to cap that off, do you want to watch the Billy Bob song "Must Have Been High"?
Yeah, let's watch it, man. Hell yeah, Dean. Like I said, bro, hey, for anybody, I see we got a lot of people still watching and listening. Yo, this show tonight, it's a loose format. There's no rigid outline, guideline structure. We're just going flying by the seat of our pants. So let's do it,
All
Dean.
right, here we go.
It's a song that you may relate to because I'm sure at some point in your lifetime you've regretted something you did or said. It's a song called "I Must Have Been High."
Must have been high when I said those things, with the mud in your eye. I can see how it stings.
Wow, Dean, I'm so glad you still had that in your files, man. That was a clip, y'all, from the show that I was talking about, that I went to, that I saw and met Billy Bob Thornton at. So you had that on standby. How cool is that?
Funny, when I hear his voice, he sings quite differently than he talks. And
no,
and what I'm guessing is that he sings through his nose, like he holds his nose, so he's not like, it's like if you hold your nose, that's the way it sounds like he sings, which is
well,
odd,
I can't disagree with you. I mean, if I didn't know that was Billy Bob Thornton, watching or listening to him perform, I would never know. And you know what? Most people, I think, would agree with us on that and say the same thing. He just sounds differently. But I will tell you, man, what a great group. They are performers. They put on a great show. And of course, that particular clip that I edited, from a video I shot at the concert was, on purpose, because it, is relative to this show. I must have been high, and so thank you, Dean, for pulling that up, man. I'm now you got me curious how many other clips you got on standby on the file.
I tend to back up everything that you send me, so I just need and sometimes it's hard to find, but most of the time I just need file name, and then I can do a search for it. So we're
Yeah.
getting quite a large hard drive full of files and shows and whatnot. So
Yeah, I get it. Well, hey, I appreciate that, bro. Well, hey, let's do this. Okay? Cuz I'm trying to, keep things into some kind of flow here.
yeah,
Since Billy Bob was just singing, and I would venture to say a lot of people didn't even know that he sings. Wow, Billy Bob Thornton is a musician. I didn't know. I thought he was just an actor. I had no idea he was a performer and liked to sing. Well, there very well may be viewers and listeners that didn't know your old pal Glenn Victor likes to sing too. I know I talk about it all the time on this podcast, how I love doing music and that, I made a living out of playing music as the guy playing other people's music on the radio, in the clubs, in the bars. I had a mobile DJ business, two of them for years. I did that shit, God, I'm dating myself, but like over 30 years. Oh my God, I did it in Detroit when I lived there, did it in Orlando for 30 years, the whole 9 yards. And now, for the last couple of years, which we've talked about it great detail on this podcast many times, I now also sing and work on producing music in these software programs. I use Logic. I've played around with Pro Tools and Auto Tune and things to that nature. In fact, I mentioned on this show tonight that was working on a song that I'm working on with my son-in-law. Shout out Cameron if you see this, bro. Thank you so much for laying them tracks down. He was over earlier today, and we had some holiday time together. I had talked to him and talked to him about coming into the studio and laying some tracks down, and he did it today. So that'll be coming up soon. But nonetheless, since we were talking about Billy Bob doing music, and a lot of people probably weren't aware that he did, I sent Dean a couple of reels that I use to promote this week's podcast throughout the week with songs that I covered. And so one of them is from one of my favorite artists in the whole wide world that they're huge, y'all. They are huge. A lot of people refer to them as indie artists, which I don't know. I don't quite agree with. But anyway, the name of the group is Foster the People. And most people who follow them would probably agree, if you pay close attention, that this boy, Mark Foster, he is the creative energy in the whole group. I mean, the other guys in the group, no disrespect, they're all talented. But Mark Foster, he's the lead singer and the main catalyst of the group, and such a talented guy. By the way, you know who he's married to, Dean? Is oh God, is it Julia Garner? She played Ruth on that show Ozarks. I'm almost positive it's Julia Garner. Yeah. You didn't watch Ozarks, Dean?
yeah, I did. Yeah.
Oh, did you? Yeah. A lot of
I-
people jumped on board that show during the pandemic, and when everybody was locked down at home, that was one that a lot of people streamed. That's when I watched Ozarks. But anyway, he's married to her. I'm almost positive. I know it's Julia. I'm pretty sure it's Julia Garner. Anyways,
Yeah, it's her. Yeah.
it is okay. Yeah. And so maybe we show a picture of her if you got one, you can show up there, Dean. If not, no worries. But a lot of people will remember Ruth from Ozarks. My God, she was definitely the best character on that show, if you ask me, man. I don't think that show would have reached the level it did. Yeah, there she is, and she's got that curly ass Ruth hair in that picture. I think she's gorgeous. I mean, she's beautiful, man. And she did another movie not long ago where she played this this phony heiress, if you will, that supposedly was an heiress to some fortune in Germany and took all these people for a ride for money, went to New York and was a con artist. And I can't remember the name of that movie. But it was Inventing Anna. There it is. And I say Anna because that's kind of sort of how they pronounced it. Yeah, if you scroll the other way, Dean, you see there it is, the first one there, Inventing Anna, where she's holding those eyeglasses there. That's a great movie, y'all. Highly recommend you check that out. But anyway, I'm getting like way off topic here. But Mark Foster is married to the beautiful and talented Julia Garner. And I got to see Mark Foster actually perform with Foster the People, and there he is, y'all, and there he is with Julia too. Most people will know Foster the People and Mark Foster from that song that was called "Pumped Up Kicks," which was all about gun violence. And, it was about trying to bring light and exposure to this problem of gun violence, especially, like in the schools and things to that nature. And, I'm not going to sit here and sing the song on the show today, but it's called Pumped Up Kicks. And I guarantee if you listen to it, you'll say, oh, yeah, I remember that one. Well, so anyway, that's how I got turned on to these guys. And they had been doing music long before that. They have this album out there called Torches that song was on, and the whole freaking thing is just amazing. And so I've been riding with them ever since. So me and Glenn, my son Glenn, who called into the podcast earlier tonight, went to see them together in Orlando, where you're at, Dean. We went out to the Hard Rock out there at Universal Studios, and we saw them there. And we were sitting in the seats around the side. If you've ever been to that place, man, it's pretty easy to get from the outskirts right up to the front of the stage. And we got down there in the crowd, and we were probably about 5 rows of people from the stage. And what a great show it was. So anyhow, with all that said, y'all, they did a song called Ride or Die, where they did a collab with this famous group called the Knocks. And the Knocks have collabed with like a shit ton of different artists and people and all that stuff. And so I did a cover of that song. And I did a promo reel this week using that song. And Dean, I don't know if you're going to be able to determine which one that is out of the reels and videos I sent you. But it's one of those. Oh, actually, it should say in the title of because I know I titled those videos. It should say Ride or Die. Glenn singing Ride or Die. So while Dean's looking for that, y'all, where I was going with that is I just thought we'd have some fun on the show tonight. And we were talking about that boy, Billy Bob Thornton. Shout out, Billy Bob, if you see this, bro. By the way, Dean, I don't know if you remember, but we did a shout out to a friend of mine on social media that goes by the name Capitan Tuttle. And she is actually a colleague of Billy Bob's. And I was wearing that Gizmo t-shirt. Remember Gizmo, the character from the movie Gremlins?
Mm-hmm.
And so she posted something about Gizmo on her social media. So we were messaging back and forth. Anyway, where I'm going with it is she commented on one of my posts last night that she's actually going to be with Billy Bob Thornton on New Year's Eve. And so I messaged her back, hey, say hi to him for me. And she, kind of hearted my comments. Anyways, it's just social media is such a trip, man. And doing this podcast and being out there, it just blows my mind, the people that you can connect with, And so, anyways, with all that said, we were showing that clip of Billy Bob Thornton giving us a shout out to the Dare Me podcast. And then Dean played that clip of him actually singing. at the Boxmasters concert I went to, and I was saying, hey, man, a lot of people don't know that Billy Bob is a accomplished musician and talented singer and artist. And so I'm not saying I am. I'm certainly not at his level, but I've been on this journey for the past couple of years, y'all, of singing and producing music and doing a lot of covers and learning auto tune and all that stuff. So, with all that said, I covered a Foster the People and Mark Foster song that we just talked about in great detail. And I thought we'd show a clip of this promo reel that I did this past week promoting tonight's show where I used that song. Did you find it, Dean?
The Ride or Die, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let's give it a look and a listen, y'all. Here's your old pal Glenn on the singing. All right, check it out.
All right.
Man, it's nice to be alone in the end. You know I'm living so close to the edge. Who gets a house when I've got all these friends? They say, are you gonna give up someday? Are you gonna grow up someday? I know we're getting older, but that don't mean it's over.
What'd you think,
Yeah.
Dean? Give me your
I want
honest.
you to know that we could actually hear your voice at the end there.
Oh yeah, okay.
Because the mics are still open. But
Yeah. Well, honestly, give me your honest opinion. I mean, it wasn't horrible, right? It wasn't like nails on a chalkboard or anything.
no, the auto tune. There you go.
Yeah.
It works.
Yeah. Well,
But when I was hearing your voice, kind of singing from your mic right there over this song, I was like, Glenn, don't do that.
Yeah. Well, hey, but hey, man,
That's fine. Yeah.
But you know what I've learned, Dean? And by the way, hey, we want to send a shout out to a friend who just chimed in. And by the way, I still see we got a full viewing room. Hi, everybody watching and listening. Merry Christmas. We appreciate y'all tuning in. We have a live chat room as well. And we have somebody in the chat room who I'm not sure who this is. How do you say that? Sajax? Is that what that is?
I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I hope I'm saying it right. But
coming from YouTube, looks like he's on the YouTube channel. And welcome to the show.
Yeah, and he says, yo, Merry Christmas, guys, and Merry Christmas to you too as well, bro. We appreciate you tuning in. So, yeah, you picked a good time to jump on board the show right as we were playing a reel of your old pal Glenn Victor singing. And, I used that clip specifically, if you were paying close attention to the lyrics, because there's that part of the song where Mark Foster is singing, I know we're getting sober. And of course, this show is all about living clean and sober and that whole thing. And, we talk about all kinds of other things too. Like I said, we hope that our show provides entertaining content for anyone who may want to watch. You don't have to be somebody strung out on dope to enjoy our program. We hope that we provide good information, inspirational information for people who maybe are strung out, trying to get clean, trying to get sober, trying to stay clean and sober. Maybe a family member of someone who's struggling with that kind of thing and looking for information on how you might be able to help your loved one, your friend, your family member, your coworker, your colleague, your employee, your whatever. You know what I mean? We always welcome questions, comments. I put this disclaimer out there. We say it from time to time. Neither Dean or I would ever claim to be any kind of medical expert. Certainly, we're not that. We do know how to hold a conversation. We do know how to, hopefully point people in the right direction. We provided a lot of good information on this show about things that are described as recovery resources. And, we had that boy Marvin Lilly on a couple weeks ago from right there in Orlando where you're at, Dean, who runs those recovery houses.
Yeah.
Males and females, what they call mind, body, and spirit recovery houses in Orlando. And we were able to provide, the phone number, information. Of course, we had the great interview with Marvin where we talked all about it. And, so yeah, man, we're providing good content and information and resources for people that may be looking for information, guidance, direction, answers, hopefully, inspiration to get off of that shit and live and stay clean. We also have a lot of fun on this show, like we just did, playing that little clip of your old pal Glenn, trying to cover and sing that Mark Foster and Foster the People and Knox song, Ride or Die, which, as I mentioned, had some relevant lyrics in it about living sober, and I love when people do that kind of music. I talk a lot about that boy Kasky on this show, who I've met a few times. And, we've talked a lot about his music and how he provides this inspirational message now about living clean. He's a little bit older now. He's about 32, I think, in the big grand scheme of things. Not that he's like an old guy, but the point is he's been doing music since he was a teenager, He'd be standing outside of clubs in downtown Orlando peddling CDs at like 15 years old or whatever, And so he's been in the game a long time, And for those that may be familiar with Kasky, he was signed by Birdman, Cash Money Records. Yeah, Lil Wayne, Nicki Minaj,
Really?
all that stuff. Oh, yeah. I thought you knew that, Dean. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. And he's right out of Winter Springs, right there in the Metro Orlando area. In fact, my son Glenn, who called in and talked to us on the show earlier tonight, attended the same middle school as him for a year at Indian Trails Middle School in Winter Springs. They were like a year apart, but, he knew who he was and all that stuff or whatever. So...
Oh, well, looks like we have somebody jumping in. Anonymous is
look
in.
at that. What a coincidence. Here we are talking about Kasky, and who jumps onto the program is our friend Anonymous.
Yo, can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear, Mass. Thank you so much for calling in. Merry Christmas, my brother.
Yo, Merry Christmas. Yeah, I figured I was a little late because we were having a dinner get-together, but better late than never.
Oh, my God. Well, bro, I am so glad you called in. I got to tell you, man, I talk about you on this show like all the time, and it's kind of a coincidence. We've been on the air for like 2 hours, and we've been talking about everything under the sun. And I literally just mentioned Kasky, and then you call in. So how cool is that? It really, truly is a coincidence. So, hey, Dean, let me ask you this. Will you try to find that video, that shout-out video that I sent to you with, Kasky and Anonymous? Oh, you have it over there.
Yeah, it's already in there. It's already
Hey, so, Mass, I'm going to play just a quick video clip. Are you able to watch right now, or are you just listening?
Yeah, no, I can see it. I can see it. I'm on my phone, but I can see it for sure.
Yeah, I don't know why we're not seeing him, Dean.
No, he just didn't turn his camera on. That's fine. So
okay,
I'm actually just getting back to my place. I'm gonna be going for like a little post-dinner walk, and I figured I'd hop on just the audio with you guys because you really won't be able to see me because it's going to be kind of dark out.
No problem, bro. I'm just thrilled to have you on the show. But, hey, check this out. If you're able to watch, at least watch this, and then I want to talk with you for a little bit. So go ahead, Dean. Play this, bro.
I'm here with my dog. We at the Future of Artists Summit. I just want to give a shout out. It's Anonymous. I'm here with Glenn at the Future Artists Summit. just want to say, keep following your purpose, keep answering your calling, and fucking turn up. Man, I'm here with my dog. We had the Future of Artists Summit. I just want to give a shout out.
So there you go, bro. I played that clip on this show several times. And, as you know, you and I message each other on and off from time to time. I just can't thank you enough for the inspiration that you gave to me to get this podcast started, do some of the music I've been doing. Bro, we are 41 episodes into this podcast. And man, not to flower it up too much, bro, but you truly did inspire me to get this thing going. I'll say this, and then I want to, hear from you, man, is you said something at that Future of Artists Summit. Man, I'm trying not to get filled up talking about it because it truly was so inspirational and hit me so hard when you said perfectionism is a form of procrastination. And that's what was happening to me with this podcast. We had this thing in the planning for months and I kept putting it off. And then finally I just said, you know what? He's right, man. Dean, let's just start this damn thing. We're going to have problems. We're going to have stumbling blocks along the way, but we'll flush it out and get better as we go. And here we are, Mass, 41 episodes into the show. And it's all your damn fault.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's true. Like the perfectionism is, I get it. It's a gift and a curse because on one hand, if you're, trying to make things that are really well articulated and put together and crafted with purpose, then, that perfectionism can push you in the direction of making things better. But a lot of people, just to get going, you really have to lose that sense of like, this needs to be perfect. And realize that like nothing you do is going to be perfect. You have to just let the imperfect action lead you towards a more perfect form of it later on. And then, once you're in the mode of doing it, there might be a period of, you kind of restructure, you take it in a different direction, and then you can kind of tap back into that ability of letting things or wanting things to be perfect, and then kind of control that and use it as almost like a level up. But when you're not doing it or you're not starting or you're just, getting in your own way, then it's literally a form of procrastination. But like, I'm guilty of it. All creatives are guilty of it. Like there was a period of time where I was making a lot of music and, I wasn't sending it out. I didn't have the belief that I was good enough for things. And, really you have to just realize that we stand in front of ourselves, and the problem that we're creating isn't usually as big or complex as we make it out to be. And one thing I can tell you in my experience is that the answer is always hidden in simplicity. The things that you want to achieve, the person that you want to become, the money you want to make, the level of creativity that you want to have, the distance isn't really that far to travel, and we make it out to be this big thing that it's like so complex because we're hiding in, and it's a form of denial. When you do that, it's like you're almost in a form of denial of like, well, as long as I'm making this out to be this really complex thing, I can kind of hide behind it and act like, oh, well, I don't have the skills. And then you even sometimes shift that externally from yourself, and you might put it, well, that person they were born with the talent. That person they have a better opportunity than me. They live in a different city. They live around more people, or they have more money. And this is all just a form of denial that we allow ourselves to live in. And as the more that you can just crush that glass ceiling that you put on yourself, well, then you become this 2.0 version of yourself. But eventually, that 2.0 version of yourself that you now just became, that becomes normal. That becomes the standard. And now that's now the 1.0 version of yourself. So now you have to level it up again and go for that next 2.0 version. And then by the time you've done that a few times, I mean, call it the 4.0, the 6.0, the 10.0, whatever you want to label it, but you've leveled up so much that what used to stress you out or stop you or used to make into this big complex thing is now very baseline.
Wow.
And that's how I am as a creative, as a person that pushes myself, and now I wear multiple hats. You know, I'm like business minded, but I'm also at the core, I'm an artist. So I make music. I'm a musician. I have this hat that I want to wear where it's like, dude, I want to just create. I just want to lock myself in and record guitar loops and make beats. But I just know that I can't only do that, you know, and it allows me to kind of now, okay, I got to wear this other hat, administration and business and, you know, being a visionary.
Yeah.
And if I have this, you know, this mindset of like making everything so complex, all of it can seem very daunting and like, oh, well, I'm
Yeah.
not good enough to do all this. I'm not good enough to do any of it. And then you're going to fall back on whatever you're good at because it's easy. But like usually what you're good at, you've worked at a long time and now it's time for you to do something challenging. And so like you doing the podcast, you trying to take this in a direction, that's you challenging yourself, and your level up, regardless, whatever it is, your level up's always going to be from doing the shit that you're avoiding.
Well,
What I
you know
mean?
what, bro? I am so glad you used that phrase because I was just going to interject and say exactly what you just did, the level up. And I loved that y'all were really stressing that when I, met with you at that Future of Artists Summit. And indulge me for just a second, Mass. I just want to say, because I see we got a full room of viewers and listeners right now. We got a real active chat room. We have on the line live right now, y'all, here on the Dare Me podcast, internationally acclaimed music producer, artist, motivational speaker, anonymous publicist and manager for the international superstar Kasky. And he's talking with us live here on the Dare Me podcast. And
Hey
bro,
man, you made me sound real good. I like that. That's a good.
well, bro, it's the truth, man. And I got to tell you, man, I really am so proud to have you on the show and proud to call you my friend, man, because, you said something about being a visionary, and I truly do think of you as a visionary. You and Cass have created this lane that is so unique in y'all's in the music. I say y'all's because I sometimes I
For sure.
minus myself.
No,
I'm in that industry
that's it.
too. But with this summit that you created, I say it a lot. I talk about you guys a lot more on this show than you probably realize. Ain't that right, Dean? I'm always talking about you guys in that summit, how I kind of wish that, not kind of, I do wish that guys like yourself, artists at y'all's level, would have done something like that when I was a younger man. It might have changed my whole path and trajectory in life, but they all played it so freaking close to the chest. And so I'm just so grateful for what y'all are doing out there, man.
Man, well, I appreciate that. And that, you obviously, you're an exception to the rule because a lot of people just don't really know the value in it yet. And like you see it early on. And I think everybody that attended the event obviously walked away with a different sense of self and a different sense of what they, should be focused on. And I knew if we could just pull it off 70% of what I was planning, it would come out really good. And it actually exceeded that. I think we did pretty damn close to 100% of what I planned. And, when I went into it, I thought like, well, this is going to be a big risk because, I mean, not only am I putting my name on it, but I was like kind of early in the phase of doing these types of events. And, guys that are in the industry tend to just, they play cool guy role a lot. And I'll say this respectfully, like I've been in the rooms, with at the publishers meetings, like, I was at an event in Atlanta and there's a bunch of people that are signed to Sony, a bunch of writers. And, I have a relationship with Sony and BeatStars and I'm there and I'm kind of just reading the room and going up to different people and introducing myself. And, I'm kind of approaching it like a business mindset. Yeah, I make beats, but like, dude, like some of these guys in there, they got bigger accolades than me. They're not willing to like step outside their box because, and I use this as an expression, a way to to like kind of paint a picture, but like when things are going good for people, they're a little bit scared to step in the ring and get punched in the face. They're scared to like kind of like dirty their image up a little because it's been working. And a lot of these guys, you know, they're wearing the flashy jewelry. They're wearing, you know, they got a costume on. They're just like kind of pretending to be cooler than they are. And at the end of the day, bro, like we're all just like, regardless of how much money you make, regardless of your accolades, you know, we're all similar in the sense of how we started, what we've gone through. You usually aren't going to have a lot of realization and profound breakthrough moments without going through some shit. And if you get on a call with me, like I have a coaching program, I still coach artists. I have, you know, a dozen people on that I'm always, you know, cycling on and off. Some of them are, you know, doing a full year program with me. And, you know, like I'm glad to give my time to these people that want to learn. But at the end of the day, it's like, you know, a lot of people don't want to dirty up their image or not look cool in the music industry. They're like basing everything on looking a certain way and having a certain image. And then, you know, a lot of people will paint it a certain way and then they can't be vulnerable because of it. And they're actually making themselves their own worst enemy because they feel like, well, I can't be honest or I can't share this because everybody thinks I'm this huge producer and I have all these accolades, or I'm this huge artist, or, you know, maybe they got a YouTube, you know, video that's doing numbers at the time but all that shit is all superficial and people nowadays, they want something real. They want to connect to something real. And I tell everyone when I'm on a call with them, I say, look, you got to tell your story. You got to learn to tell your story, what worked for you. And you can't do that trying to paint a perfect image. You got to be a little bit vulnerable. And one thing I can tell you about Caskey is that he's really gotten good over the years at being vulnerable with his fans, sharing what he's really gone through, his whole journey through, you know, sobriety, getting a grip on himself, becoming a man, all these things that, you know, it's like that most people are a little ashamed or like afraid to do that. And I would encourage everyone on their path to building a brand online or putting out content to just be a little more vulnerable because that's what's going to draw in your crowd, your people. And then you can help people learn from the things you've gone through. And if you have everything figured out and you're such a successful person that you can't step in the ring and get punched one more time, well, then so be it. Whatever. Like, don't step in the ring. But like majority of us, we could take a few more shots to the face. And you could get in there and if you get punched a couple times, it's all right. You're going to survive. Like you're not going to look perfect the whole time. But the more successful people become, the more like wrapped around this whole idea of like, well, I got to act and be a certain way. And I just think that's what has diluted the educational, motivational space in music because I've even kind of felt it from some people where they're like, I don't know, they think like maybe I'm not as industry. I don't even know how to explain it. It's like maybe I'm not as industry because of it. But if you really think about it, dude, like if anything, I'm more industry.
Well, like I said, man, you've created your own lane, and I love that about you guys, man. You definitely have this unique approach to it all. I get what you're saying. You're not that cookie cutter formula, generic kind of a guy, you know. And give me the opportunity to just say to everybody again here, Mass, we have Anonymous on the line because I see we got a bunch of new people that just jumped on the show. And in case you didn't know, Anonymous is that internationally acclaimed music producer, works a lot with that boy Caskey, who you see up on the screen right now. And Mass is his manager, publicist. We're talking a lot about the music industry. These are pictures. One on the left was a show I went to up in Detroit City to go see Caskey. Believe it or not, I flew all the fucking way up there just to see that show. That was actually in a city called Grand Rapids. And then on the right, there we are at the Future of Artists Summit with that boy Neela Shebang and YHB, Brendan Fields, who we actually had as a guest on the show last week. And so, you mentioned something there, Mass, that Cass has gotten so vulnerable. And God, you look at these pictures, man, and let's face it, he looks rough and tough and hard to bluff and all that other shit. And he's a badass. I'll also say he is one of the most humble guys. And I really appreciate what you were talking about, being vulnerable, man, because that's what I have done with this show. And as I think Mass, I made a living in Orlando for 30 years. I'm an older guy. I'm fucking 60, and it's like, I'll say, man, I've said it. I talk about you a lot more on this show than I think you realize, man. Dean will tell you that. And I often will say, man, right when you think you can't teach an old dog new tricks, I meet a guy like you who's been so inspirational to me. And of course, Kasky as well, talking about being vulnerable. And I used to work in radio and television in Orlando for 30 fucking years, man. Pardon my French. And for me to come out and be vulnerable about my struggles with addiction and how I got hooked on them pain pills when I had the surgery and all the shit that I went through, man. I really was on the fence. I mean, we had this idea of doing this podcast, but I was really on the fence. And after attending that summit and getting inspired, you guys, that was the nudge I needed to push me into it, bro. And like I said, we're 41 episodes in, Mass, and we hear from people, not just from around the U.S., but other parts of the world. We had a YouTube analytic at the end of November that we had over 7,000 people tune into this Dare Me podcast YouTube channel, which I know based on what y'all do might not sound like big numbers, but for us, that's fucking amazing. A couple of weeks ago, we had a call from a guy in Saudi Arabia who's watching our podcast, calls us to tell us that we're inspiring him over on the other side of the world. So, what I'm saying to you, bro, is that you personally and Kasky have had an effect on, people around the world, and you don't even fucking know it because you gave me the courage to be vulnerable and do what we're doing on this podcast. And I'm forever grateful to you for that, man. I truly am. I really appreciate it, So,
Bro, you got the energy, you got the story, you got the experience, and why not share it and just attract the people that are drawn to you, and you can give away a lot of gems. It's like, I just, if anyone has any questions too, or if you guys have anything that you want to ask me, because I probably won't stay on here too long.
I don't want to hold you hostage. I'm just grateful to have you on. We got to have you back another time, though, too.
Yeah, it's all cool. I don't do a lot of interviews. We just did 7 interviews in 10 days in Atlanta. We were on all the top podcasts, radio shows, a bunch of new stuff.
Yeah.
And that's, it's one thing to do the interviews and one thing to be able to do a radio interview and hop in front of these people. But it's also, the more important thing is to know and to have your story down and to be ready for those interviews.
Yes.
It's
true? Yep.
And so we're in a good place to where we really can share a lot in a very short period of time. And I'm that type of person where I'm an open book. I respond to almost all my DMs.
Oh, you do. And I'm so grateful because a lot of people don't. But hey, man, listen, I want to ask you this before we cut you loose, because I really don't want to hold you hostage.
But any questions you guys got, or if anyone in your chat, if anyone has a question, let's fire it off. Let's get it.
Well, let's ask you about the next summit. And right now we're showing on the screen, we got the group picture of yourself and Cass. And by the way, man, please say Merry Christmas to your mom and dad, who I got to meet at the summit. I mean, that fucking thing, man, pardon my French, it's truly made those of us that attended feel like family because y'all had your family there. Cass had his mom there. You had your mom and dad there. It's just like, I feel this bond that I just can't even describe to people. I can't encourage you enough.
I knew that was going to happen. I'll definitely tell them all that you said. Merry Christmas and send your
Yes,
love. But
please do.
I knew that if we did it the way that I thought it was going to go down, not only would it boil up a lot of stuff to the surface that everyone needs to be thinking about in order to move in the right direction, but then, you know, the way we did the second day where we had Lucas Mack
Yeah.
do the breathing and the
Oh
guided
man.
meditation, which was just
And
absolutely like spine chilling to listen to everybody
yeah,
breathing as one group. And then, you know, I had
Bezos.
people
Yeah.
I had people come up to me and say like, hey, you know, like I couldn't even cry at my own mom's funeral, but I cried in the
Yeah.
room after the meditation. And like, dude,
Yeah.
like feedback and shit that I never thought would happen, but it, like I said, it exceeded my expectation, and I knew that it would set everyone on a path. And, you know, even if like the worst outcome to me would be like someone come to it and they leave more confused than if they didn't come. And I was like, kind of, that was playing in the back of my mind of like, well, man, it's like, hopefully no one comes here and is like, leaves more confused or less inspired. And so I really, on the basis of like that being the worst outcome possible, I did everything I could to eliminate that being a potential, like, you know, walk away experience. And I think that's goes for anybody in business or
Yeah.
anytime you're really trying to apply pressure on people. And I'm the type of person, I put a lot of pressure on everyone in our
Yeah.
squad. I lead, you know, by example. I'm doing the work with them. If I say something should be done, I'm willing to do it. But, you know, it's also one thing to just make sure like, hey, you know, no one's going to leave here less inspired, and you're going to figure it out. And even if music isn't for you, or being a creative artist or a brand isn't for you, but you come into our event allows you to answer some questions about yourself that just takes you down a better path in life. Doesn't even have to be that, you know, you walk away from the summit and you go, well, now I'm going to go be the next biggest artist or the next biggest producer. As long as you leave a better person, and then that ripple effect transfers over to the people around you, you learn to be just a better brother, a
Yeah.
better sister, a better
Oh man.
friend, a father, a better partner to someone. I really think that was my main goal. And I said, there's no way anyone's going to come to this event and leave more confused about life than if they show up. And I really think we achieved that. And
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, not to interrupt you, bro, but I got to say, as I mentioned, we had that boy, Brendan Fields. His stage name, YHB, was on the show last week, and we did a really good interview with him. And when I talked to him about the summit back before you were doing it, he didn't really want to go. And I persuaded him to go. And at the end of it, I asked him, so, hey, bro, what'd you think about the whole thing? And I'm not bullshitting you, man. His exact words were, whoa, dude, it was life changing. Now he went from working in a Starbucks, with all respect, anybody who works at Starbucks, he's now working full time in a recording studio, recording music that's like off the chain. I mean, you guys really motivated people at that thing more than I even think you realize. Matter of fact, like our logo on this show, bro, it was created by that boy Dustin Warbear, who I met at the summit, and we've had
so
quite a
yeah,
few.
that's
Yeah,
dope to create a sense of like
yeah,
community, and just
yes.
knowing that like, you know, you know, you have to realize that the success that you attain in life is really going to be derived by the personal development.
Mm,
Success is something you attract by the person you become. It's
yeah.
not something that you just can add a formula into your life and now all of a sudden you check this box, check this box, check this box, and you feel fulfilled and successful and have, you know, more abundance. It's literally what you pour into yourself that then hopefully eventually you can pour into other people. And that was the goal. So the next summit is going to be
Yes,
in
that's what
June.
I was going to ask you. Yeah, so we're pumping up what a great event it was. Tell us about the next one coming up in June. Do you guys have dates yet?
We haven't announced them, but I'm thinking the 22nd and the 23rd of June.
Write that down.
Um,
Yeah, all
so
right.
should be an official announcement at the top of the year. I was planning around probably the first week January, you know, so literally we're probably like a week away. We're going to announce like, hey, these are the dates and this is when the tickets go on sale. The tickets won't be on sale on the first announcement, but we'll be like informing everybody like, hey, we've, you know, locked it in. I didn't want to start announcing a date until I had a contract from the venue, because I don't want people to start making plans and arranging their, you know, schedule and stuff, and then all of a sudden I have to flip it on another date. But tentatively, as long as we can do the contract in the first week, which I'm like already talking to them about doing, and I'm, you know, already on it. I picked out the ballroom. We're going to be in about the same size ballroom.
Great.
We're running it pretty similar to last time, but making some changes to make it better, and
you
trying to
always
get some
learn.
other people involved.
Yeah, you always learn every time you do an event like that. You know, I'll tell you, bro, I think you may recall I had told you when we first started talking before the first one that Dean and I, who is our co-host and producer for the show, we've worked together on, you know, putting events on for like freaking 25 years and shit. We used to do these big awards banquets for the United Safety Council where I used to work and shit. And so the point I'm making is I've been around my share of events like that, and so has Dean. And I mean, I don't mean to keep going on and on about it, bro, but it was top shelf. But the point I'm making is, yeah, you learn after every time you do one. Well, we could do that a little different, or oh yeah, I like the way we did that, but I didn't like the way it is. So you know, there's always tweaks you make and shit. But hey, man, you know, you come even close to the first one you did, you're gonna blow it out of the water again, and I don't have any doubt you will. And I'm really looking forward to going and receiving like all the official information. And once you have that already, bro, you got to get it to me. And you know we're going to put it out here on this podcast, and can't encourage young artists enough to go. And by the way, I'm glad you touched on that, bro. This ain't an event just for musicians and singers and rappers and artists. You know, it's for the graphic design artists, guys like myself who, you know, yeah, I like doing music and stuff, but I was real honest with you when we were first talking, if you remember, Mass, where I said, bro, I ain't even close to being at the level as you guys or some of these other artists that'll be there, but I'm thinking about doing this podcast. Do you think I'll learn some things there? And you were like, oh, hell yeah. And it's like, I'll tell you this, man, you'll probably get a kick out of this. I had never even heard of a freaking reel before I went to that event. And you guys start talking about micro content and putting reels out, and now I'm like addicted to it. I'm putting reels out all the time and stuff.
And listen,
I learned so much, you know.
And a lot of the things we talked about at the summit, we, you know, not just like we were like, oh, we mentioned at the summit, so let's go do it. Like we literally have been living and working in the capacity of all the stuff that we covered in there. And like, I wasn't Caskey's manager last year when I did the summit.
Right.
I was just his producer that had worked with him since day one, you know, through a lot of the ups and downs. And, you know, obviously we have a brotherhood because we've been through a lot of shit together, and it's a unique special bond you build as a, you know, co-creator and a collaborator. And, you know, it's not for everyone. It's not, but I know that if people want to learn from, you know, anyone, you need to learn from people that have done what you're setting out to do. Well, now, guess what? I've stepped into the manager role. I've been the road manager. We took over 50 flights in the last year to do shows. We lived on a tour bus. I was tour manager on the tour. I had my guy Ahmad, who ran the inside ballroom. He was the merchandising, you know, the merch guy on the tour. It's like I've had a hand in all of it, and then obviously now I'm, you know, kind of spearheading like the business side of things, plus the publicist, you know, that I work with. I worked with a guy that's out of LA, and I've kind of crafted the whole strategy for the brand and kind of just reeled it back to a simple, well, this is the center of the brand. This is the, this is what's left to the brand. These are the subculture things, and just really kind of had a hands-on all these aspects. But also by doing that, you know, I've had to take on the role of being like an investor, because I'm invested with my time. I'm partnered, you know, so I'm a big part of the whole thing. And now my perspective has grown, and it's funny how a lot of the things that we happen to cover and encourage people to do, and the suggestions and the Q&A and the hot seat Q&As and all that, a lot of this stuff, man, I've actually applied, and it's kind of been a realization where I'm like, well, holy shit, this next summit, I'm going to have a lot to talk about. I'm going to have a lot of gems. I'm going to be able to answer questions with even more depth and just bring a lot more value to the table. And I'm excited because I can teach, you know, what I know and go at bat with the best of them, and then bring that back to our events and on a one-on-one basis. You know, if someone has a specific question about how to 10x their results, level up, make sure that they're in the right thinking on a certain topic, I'm just that much more equipped with the knowledge and with the confidence to be able to give it to them. So that's an exciting part about continuing to do these things, is that we plan on sharing what we've learned almost like in real time. Like, look what we did all this last year, and now come to this event. And like I said, I always say it, like, I go at bat with the best of them, and then I bring the knowledge back to my people. And I'm willing to do that. And I don't really care if they don't like it. You know, I can tell you.
You don't sugarcoat it, and I love that about you. You don't sugarcoat it, man. And boy, oh boy, you know, it's just, I got to tell you this, man, because I don't even think you guys realize that you literally are, even if just indirectly responsible for not just changing, but I truly believe like saving lives, man, by how you have spread this positive message, you know?
I've seen it on tour. I've seen the fans show up. I've heard the stories. I know, like, I know what kind of impact we've created, you know, and it's a special thing. I tell people all the time, like, I feel honored, and I'm in a special position that I've literally swept the parking lot to own the building. And that's what anyone can do if you stay consistent and level-headed and show up in ways and don't expect more than you're willing to give. And all these, you know, I can attach a bunch of gems and break it down to the mechanics and try to tell you all these, you know, protocols and procedures, and, you know, come up with fancy acronyms for it. But at the end of the day, it's like, I've just really done it now for years, and I'm willing to share the knowledge, and I want to see, you know, everyone that came to the last time, I'd love to see them again and see where they're at. And pick their brain and chop it up with them. And then I'd like it to become more of an industry event outside of just our fan base, but also just make it more of an industry event, get more onto the producer side, expand it, and be in control of it in a way where I don't like want to corporatize it. I don't want it to just be full of sponsors trying to get their brand in front of people. So it's like I have an important role and a vision with how I want it to go. And dude, it all started with a vision of, I want to do this event 2 or 3 days. Ended up making it 2 days because it made sense. And I mean, it literally went from notes in my phone to a full-blown event and everybody being there. And then now all this, you know, positive ripple effect. And I mean, dude, I've gotten a lot of feedback throughout the whole year from people about what it's done for them.
I can only imagine. Well, hey, man, let me ask you this. If I can take it just in another direction real quick, because you mentioned something that I'm just going to tell you right now here, live on the air for the whole world to hear, that I've actually thought about contacting you about your coaching that you're doing. And part of the reason I say that is because you touched on it a little bit in our conversation, how you know, you get involved with this whole creative thing, which, you know, of course, your thing is, man, you make these fucking awesome beats, and you're a musician and artist, and it's like on my side, I'm doing this podcast, but you got the whole business side of it, and we've kind of reached a point with this podcast, Mass, where okay, yeah, we can come on live and do the show, but there's all this marketing, and I talked about the reels and the business side of it and everything like that. And we've kind of reached a level with this podcast of like, okay, man, now we're coming up on, you know, almost 50 episodes in. Where are we going from here? Do we want to take it to the next level and all that stuff? And so, you know, I can communicate with you off the air about it, man, but I legit thought about, man, I need to call Mass and see what his input on this is and what he thinks.
Yeah, bro,
Where should we go from here? So I just thought maybe you could share about your coaching service in case anybody was interested, because you're obviously so inspirational and motivational, bro. You know?
Thank you, bro. So what it is I do one-on-one calls. I do 4 calls spread out over either a month or 6 weeks, whatever makes sense. And then I also do a yearly program where it's 1 month, 1 call a month spread out over a year. And it's not like super low ticket, but it's also not high ticket. You know, it's not
right. Yeah.
You know, it's $2,000 for 12 calls, which is more than fair. You get an hour with me once a month. It's almost like having a creative manager that isn't, you know, trying to take ownership of what you're doing and take complete control, but just kind of guide you in the right direction. And I have everybody from, you know, people in the fashion industry to artists, producers. And, you know, I definitely know there hasn't been, I did about 70 coaching calls this year.
Wow,
and,
that's awesome, man. That's fucking awesome, bro.
And so that's, you know, me spending my personal time and energy. And when I tell you, like, you know, everybody's totally different. Everybody's challenges are different. I can't just hop on the call with a script.
Oh, no, I get it.
You know?
I get it. Not to interrupt you, but we had a girl on a couple of weeks ago, Melissa Dawn. Shout out Melissa if you see this girl. And she has a life coaching business herself where she works with just the girls. You know what I mean? So I just think it's awesome what you're doing, man. This is awesome. You know, and you're making it affordable for people too, you know.
And I can tell you, listen, out of 70 something calls this year, not one person ever hit me up and was like, hey, I want my money back, or I'm not happy. Like most people have followed up and said, you know what, I want to buy the you know, the year, or could we do 6 months instead of the year, and then at the end of the 6 months I'll do another 6 months. And you know, it's like, it's something that I'm called to. And I've had people ask me, they're like, well, dude, like, don't you, like, you know, I'll be like, hey, I got 4 calls, you know, on Tuesday I have 4 coaching calls, and like, I don't really have capacity to do much other than what I got to do with Kasky, and then I got to do all these calls, and I don't have time to, like, you know, get up that day or go socialize. And they're like, well, man, don't you kind of get burned out? I mean, that seems like it would be crazy. Like, and how much, I mean, you're going to make $400 doing that? And like, don't you got better things to do? And I'm just like, listen, I'm called to do it. So it's actually, it seems hard when you're going into it. I always have this moment where I'm like, damn, am I going to be able to give this person what they want? Am I going to be able to live up to their expectations? Like, and then when I'm on the call, it's like I get this download to my brain from the universe.
Bro, I totally get it. And not to compare apples to oranges, but I say it on here a lot. This podcast has truly taken on a life of its own, Mass. It's just like, even some weeks, man, it'll be fucking Saturday. And I'm like, God damn, I don't even know what we're going to do for the show tomorrow. I mean, we kind of have an outline and a guideline. We have a little structure. We try to have a guest. We do a little news. We do some shout outs, have some humor and all. But it always seems to come together, just like tonight. You know, just like tonight, having you on, man. And so, dude, I love the way you said it.
I get on the call, and it's like I'm downloading ideas in through a stream of consciousness, and I feed off of the energy in the call. Wow. And, you know, we end up talking usually about, mindset stuff, personal habits, and then we get a little bit more into like the skill sets that are needed. And I can tell you, every single call, I get off the call and I feel like, man, that was so good. That was
Yeah.
such a good exchange of energy, and that guy or that girl is really going to take that. And that's, even if they don't do exactly what I tell them or what I think, it's going to open up their pathway in their mind to be like, I'm being called to do it better. And that's what we need. Is we need that accountability. We need that. It's not the fact that like I have all the answers. I don't got all the answers, but I got the things that they need, and I can bring that to the table. And that's the things like motivation, inspiration, tell them about how I've approached similar things. Listen, I'm relentless. I've done the work when I didn't want to do the work. That's why I got where I'm at. And I
Bro,
know
I
that's the
follow.
biggest challenge is like, are you going to do the work when you don't want to do the work? Are you going to listen to you when you need to listen to you? Or are you going to just kind of curl up and cry like a baby and only do it when you want to do it, when you feel motivated, when you feel happy? Because I'll tell you what, and you got more wisdom than me on this. There's going to be a lot more times where you don't want to do it than you want to do it.
Yeah, isn't that the truth, man? Well, I'll tell you, I follow you on social media, as you know, and I keep up with everything you're doing, and I'm just like, mind blown, man. I don't know where you get the energy sometimes, and I'm just, like I said earlier, bro, I don't want to flower it up and be all stan and fangirl and shit, but I am proud to call you my friend, man, and I am so grateful for you calling into the show and talking with us at such great length tonight. You know what I mean? It's just so cool that you're doing this. And by the way, man, we will share your contact information when we get off the call, and your Insta and all that. So if people do want to inquire with you about, the coaching that you're doing and the summit information, just start following Mass on social media, y'all. You'll get a lot of information that way. And, I wanted to mention this, bro, as part of me attending the summit. As you recall, I was able to take part in coaching calls that came with, attending the summit with you and Kasky. And oh my God, man, that was just such a cool, unique part of attending that summit that truly was inspirational to me. In, like we've said, man, leveling up and saying, all right, man, it's time for me to get to my A game. You have a gift, bro. You really do. You have a gift with the inspiration that you're providing out there. And if I may say this too, man, I don't want to keep holding you hostage, but I happen to know, based on some previous conversations, that you've also been an inspiration to Kasky with the way he's living now. And I don't mean to put words in his mouth. I'm just repeating things I've heard him say about giving up vices, which at the end of the day, bro, that's kind of the underlying theme of this show, is helping people give up vices, getting off dope, living clean, leveling up to their A game, getting fit and all that stuff. And let's face it, man, when he was younger, Kasky and his music, played into, glorifying, using and all that stuff. And now he has music out there that's inspiring people, including yours truly. Like, this isn't even my final form. Tunes like Rock Bottom and, Sinner Like Me and the whole Cadillac music thing and all that, man. And I just think it's so awesome, bro, that you've been such a positive influence on him in turning his life around. And now he's changing lives with his message and his music, man. It's just, it's so fucking cool to have you on the show, bro. I'm just so happy you're on.
Yo, bro.
So,
and honestly, like, I appreciate that, because it's one thing, to know that, or, I know what's really happened, as far as the ups and downs, and anything with a history comes with ups and downs, and you're gonna, have to figure out a way to make it through. But like, there was, a lot of things that, like, obviously, I've struggled with, like confidence and secure, and being insecure about a lot of things. And, it's okay to wake up and have some insecurities and then work through them and be like, you know what, I'm actually healing this part of me. And a big part of that is being sober. A big part of it is being clear-minded And dude, listen, I haven't drank a drop of alcohol since August 2021.
Wow.
I haven't smoked
Awesome,
weed.
bro.
I haven't smoked weed since November 2021. And
Wow.
listen, I won't demonize you if you do it. I won't
Yeah, hey,
demonize
no
anyone,
judgment. Yep.
because I'd be lying if I sat here and said I've walked perfectly this whole time, and I still don't walk perfect. You know, it's just but I removed the vices. They're no longer an option to me. And I tell people I'm cool with never drinking again the rest of my life, because I'm addicted to the clarity and the growth.
Yeah.
And I like to wake up thinking the things I went to bed. But back to what you were hinting at, I definitely feel like I've had a hand in helping and guiding, you know, my brother with what he's done. And you know, I'm speaking about Kasky, but in a lot of ways, we did that for each other at different times. Like he believed in me when I didn't believe in me, and I believed in him when he didn't believe in him, you know, and a lot of that comes full circle. And then you realize through that, you know, experience of like, dude, like, this is a true brother, someone that really wants me to do better, someone that doesn't judge me, but someone that really keeps me accountable for my actions. And I personally just think we're elevating when we realize that we don't need any of that other shit to be the best version of ourselves. And you know, someone might ask me, well, you know, around the holidays, I like to have a drink, and you know, I'm going to get around my family. And someone just said this to me. They're like, my family, we always drink around Christmas. It's just kind of a thing. Like, and I said, nothing says you got to do that. Nothing says you have to do that. And the 10.0 version, when you level up 5 times from now, you're not going to need any of that shit, because you're going to be so on your path that it almost feels like you're poisoning your purpose by doing it, you know? And like, I wish I would have made the decision a long time ago, and like, there was probably health consequences. We all are fucking guilty of this shit, you know? And but at the same time, you know, you got to make mistakes to know that you need to move in a different direction. And usually those hard times and the lessons that are taught in those moments take you down the path you need to go. And unfortunately, it's a lot lower for some people. Some people really have to hit rock bottom. And you know, you've had friends, I'm sure, you wanted to help them and you just couldn't help them because they weren't open to receiving that, you know? And this is, you know, a very short thing we get to do here called life.
Yeah,
it
say
goes
that,
quick,
bro.
you
Say
know?
that. Well, I just got to interject and tell you, man, when I came to that summit, Mass, I was just doing the math in my head while I was listening to you. I had 1 year in April, May, June, 1 year and 3 months clean after a 9-year addiction to opiates, man. When I started taking them damn pain pills, and then at the end of it, snorting heroin, got back on the booze because I was trying to get through the withdrawals. So I picked up the bottle again. It was horrible. I mean, I did reach that proverbial rock bottom. And when I went to that summit, I had, like I said, a year and about 3 months clean. The good Lord willing, bro, next month on January 11th, I will have 2 years and 10 months clean. Now, I don't say that for the applause, as the saying goes. I say it for the cause. But part of the reason I mention it is because I'm telling you, man, I ain't trying to toot your horn here, but you and Cass have been, at the very least, indirectly responsible for helping guys like me to continue living on drug free, to continue staying sober, because of the message that you guys are sharing out there through your music at events like the summit, doing interviews like this, you know, encouraging guys like me and others to level up and continue to live in clean with that clarity you mentioned. So like I said earlier, bro, I'm forever grateful, man. Forever grateful.
And listen, for anybody that's like, you know, maybe watches this later or is watching it right now, and if you're the type of person that's, well, you know what, I'm cool, I can drink and still keep my life together. Oh, I can do this and keep my life together. Yeah, sure, you can. I could do it too. But guess what? the people that you need to be a leader to, the people that you need to influence to be the best version of themselves. And we all have someone that looks up to us, whether it's a niece, a nephew, a son, a daughter, or a friend, or whoever is seeking like leadership from you. You're failing them by saying, hey, look, you can do this and still be successful, because not everybody's capacity is the same to handle those types of things. And if you are willing to take people you care about down a path, and them probably, I mean, more people than not be able to pull themselves out of that, you're doing a major disservice to the people that you supposedly love.
Yeah,
You supposedly love these people, and you're willing to tell them and send them the signal like, hey, you know what? It's okay if you get fucked up. It's okay if you get drunk on the holidays. Live a little. But guess what? That niece or nephew or son or daughter or friend, they might go down the path. They might end up on hard drugs. They might wrap the car around a telephone pole. You might get a phone call that you don't want to get. And if you're willing to live with that and you're okay with living with that, well, you're just different than me.
Wow, bro, what a powerful message. And hey, man, I can't resist sharing this, because I'm going to show you this picture if you're still watching, bro. This is the kind of message that Mass and Kasky are sharing out there, y'all. And I thought you'd get a kick out of this, Mass, because this is some of Cass's merch. And I just, because I'm doing this podcast about living clean and sober, and I'm living clean and sober in my life, he put this shirt out, hey, sober on one side. And then, if you're not a fan of Cassie, you're not familiar who he is, man, those that like his music and follow him in mass, we consider ourselves part of what's called the Black Sheep cult. You know what I mean? And so I was wearing this shirt, bro. I thought you'd get a kick out of this real quick story. This is one of the gyms I go to, one of the Planet Fitness near where I live. And these two girls in the picture, they work there. And they go, bro, we love your shirt, man. That is a cool ass shirt. And I'm like, you want one? And they were like, really? And I'm like, fuck yeah. So I ordered them each one. And I told them, here's the catch though. When they come in, man, y'all got to let me get a picture together. So I got this picture and posted it. I thought you'd get a kick out of that, man. Since we're,
man, it's too powerful, man. Like, I could have a 45-minute, 1 hour call with someone and change their whole life, their whole trajectory, if they really are on the same frequency, if they really want to live a better life. Like, dude, like, again, I don't have everything figured out. Nobody does.
Hey,
but
we wish it was that simple, It's just we learn as we go through our journey. Yeah, I get it.
The law of exposure is that if you are exposed to something, you'll never be able to unexpose. You won't be able to unlearn that you've been exposed to that.
Wow.
And so the realm, it's like quantum realm physics. If you've never really dove into the topic, it's like people don't really know shit. Okay? What I mean by that is, like, your parents tried as best as they could, and they had their fucked up shit, they had their flaws, they had their misguided opinions, they had their ceilings, and they put that shit on you. And they a lot of times give you all the bad traits, and then you have to kind of go undo that shit in your life. You have to learn to move past all these things that have been put onto you. And, when you're asking for and seeking approval to do the things that you want to do, to go out and be great. And then these people are just telling you, well, you might want to be realistic. And like all my professors in college, I went to University of Central Florida, and none of my professors had good advice for me. None of them had good advice for me. When I asked, hey, I want to be in the music industry. Yeah, I want to produce music. They were all kind of like, you better figure out like a fallback option. And it's like, no, motherfucker, I don't have a plan B. I want to do this.
Say that. Yeah.
And a lot of times I say this, and I don't want to go on a rant about it, but listen,
no, go.
People don't really know shit other than what they've been exposed to.
Yeah.
And that goes for your friends, your family, your mom, your dad, your grandma, your grandpa. They don't know anything other than what they've been exposed to. So you can't fault them for saying like, hey, nah, you might not want to do that, because they don't fucking know what it looks like.
Yep.
They don't know what the successful person looks like. And then if you start to realize it's not what you need to do, it's not what degree you need to get and all this shit, unless aside from, you know, some professional paths. Obviously you can't go be a lawyer unless you go to law school, but most of us, we are seeking approval and trying to say, well, what do I need to do? No, it's who do you need to be? It's who do you
Wow.
need to be? Do you need to be someone that wakes up a little earlier, eats a little better, treats people better, treats yourself better, and then starts to see the world as it truly is and starts to see life how it really is, and then you actually can go. The problem is that people aren't tough enough and they want to take the easy route and they want to listen to people that don't know shit about what they're seeking.
Right. Wow. You know, two things come to mind listening to you right there, man. The first, I had mentioned we had that boy Brendan Fields, YHB, was on the show last week, and he said something you just kind of alluded to, like when you were going to UCF, all these profs were like, well, you might want to have a backup plan. He said that after coming out of that summit, one of the things that hit him was making a living in the music industry was actually really possible. Not everybody necessarily becomes some famous, internationally recognized superstar. And you know, some people don't get that's not what you got to have to be able to make a decent living in the music industry. You know, you
And
can
listen,
still
dude,
make a
listen,
living.
I made good money this year and last year, and it's gone up for me.
Yep,
Obviously, I've taken on a lot more responsibility to earn that
yep,
paycheck, if you want to, you know, however you want to put it. But like, I
yeah.
can tell you, I've played the long game. I didn't have a
Right.
viral song go
Yep.
crazy on TikTok and all
Yep.
of a sudden $1 million appeared in my bank account. It don't work like that. You know, for the majority of us, it's going to be a long, steady growth of trying to acquire the skills that are needed, develop our mindset and our habits into being the person that we need to be in order to obtain the things we want to obtain. And it's
Mm,
not going to just come instantly. It's not going to be like, you know, you're automatically famous. Look at Kasky, bro. He was signed
yeah.
to the biggest label. He was around all kinds of stars. He doesn't even mention half the shit he was around because he's like, you know what? That's cool that I was exposed to it, but it really didn't. It's not me. Like, this is me. This is my story. This is my pain. This is my music.
Right.
And the defining factor, bro, between someone like Kasky and someone like, and I won't say other names, but an artist that's just as talented or maybe almost as talented or even maybe more talented. And the difference between them and Kasky is that he's been unrelentless and he
Yep.
didn't quit and he didn't throw in the towel. He didn't listen to everybody else. He was vulnerable. He put his story out there. He continued to tell it. Even when he thinks he's told the story, I tell him all the time, nobody knows your story, bro. Keep telling your story. Keep telling your story.
That
And
was
and
something I learned from you guys too, man. I learned that from you guys too, is not just always pushing this podcast in a marketing perspective, but look, kind of like what we were talking about even earlier, being vulnerable and telling people more of my story, letting them into my life and stuff I put out there on social media or whatever the hell. And obviously, bro, it's worked. You know, your advice and guidance for me has worked. Like I said, our numbers might not seem like a lot on the grand scale, especially compared to what you guys are doing. But the fact that we got over 7,000 people tuned into this fucking podcast channel last month just blows my mind,
well,
bro.
look at what we just did. We just sold out a mixtape, 1,000
Yeah, I
copies
got
at
one. I got
$100.
mine. I got mine, by the way. I'm just waiting for it to come in the mail, just
So
so you know.
so you know, we're and we could say the same thing. We don't got numbers like Drake. We don't got
Yeah.
numbers like Travis Scott, you know, and you know, maybe one day we're you know, looking back at these numbers and going, wow, I don't even know how the fuck we did it then. But
Hmm.
we're proof that like the long route and really building something that's authentic and having that authenticity and not chasing everything everyone else is doing. That's the like essence of the Black Sheep brand, is doing what is different than everyone else, doing what's true to you, being at peace with the process, knowing that like you're supposed to enjoy all of it. You're not supposed to just like, oh, I'm gonna hate this until I absolutely love it. Like, dude, I've loved making music, and I've made more music than most people could ever even imagine. You could take a room full of people that make music and add all the music they've made together, and I've probably lost more on
Yeah.
computers that have died.
And
Like,
I know you've been in the game a while, man. And I don't mean to interject, but I got to tell you, I love when I'm like able, and I'm around when you do them live streams where you're playing them beats live, man. I'd love chiming into that. I don't always catch you when you're doing it, but man, I know you got a shit ton of music out there, man. You
man,
got the
I made over
proverbial what are they called? The vault, right?
I mean, I've made over 400 beats this year. And sure, there's
Wow.
people out there that do numbers like that all the time, but majority of people aren't. And here's the thing is I've been doing this since I was a teenager. I
Right,
did it when
right.
it wasn't cool to do it, when it was expensive to acquire the equipment, when the
Yep.
software wasn't even developed as much. You had to really want to make music when I started doing
Yeah,
this
buddy.
shit.
Oh, it's
So
changed a lot, man. I
it's
mean,
it's almost so easy for people to do it that they jump into it without any really like rhyme or reason, and then they're like, okay, well now that I made this song, what do I do with it? Well, I mean, did you really work that much on your craft, on your music? Are
right.
people really supposed to care about what you're doing if you haven't put in a lot of work? Like, the
Mm,
work is always going to instill the worth, man. And like
yeah.
it's the mental toughness. If you can develop the skill set of mental toughness and really just working even when you don't want to work, and it's going to be more that you don't want to do it than you want to do it, like I said earlier, if you can develop that mental toughness, and then if you can develop the skill sets, like actually get good at what you do and
Mhm.
actually see and be honest with, well, where should I improve this? How does this get better? What do I want this to look like, sound like, feel like? What
Right.
is the experience behind this? And if you can take all that serious and you have the right skill sets and the mindset and the habits, dude, that's when you become unstoppable. That's when it doesn't matter what anyone told you. That's when you can actually go further than you ever even imagined. It's a lot of people throw in the towel before they get to that
Mm.
state. They
Yeah.
they get distracted, life happens, things pop up. A lot of people, they turn to vices. They
Yep.
end up getting real foggy in their mindset and their brain. And then once you're in that foggy mindset and you're
Mhm.
kind of like, well, I'm just going to medicate, or I'm just going to do pills, or I'm just going to drink. Well,
Mhm.
it's a lot easier to like in a very subtle underlying way try to find your rite of passage through these false things. Now,
Wow.
what I mean by
Power.
that, okay,
Yeah.
let me elaborate on that for you.
Yeah, please do.
So when you think about the drinking age,
Mhm.
it's set at 21 years old. Okay?
Yep, yep.
Smoking is set at what? 18 years old to smoke cigarettes.
Right, right. Isn't that
Okay?
weird?
So
Yeah.
so check it out. These parents who don't know shit like most parents, they're
Right.
like they're like,
Yeah.
hey, and hey, shout out to all the parents that are really trying. I get
Yeah,
that
yeah.
you're trying to do your best, but listen,
Right, right.
those parents that are like, oh, Tommy's 15 years old, let him have a beer.
Yeah. Oh, man.
They're creating a false sense of
Mhm.
rite of passage because
Yeah.
they're like, oh, well,
False.
Tommy
False.
drank, yeah, Tommy drank a beer, or well, okay, well, now when you get 21, and then you think Tommy doesn't know deep in his head, psychologically and at a subconscious level, deep down inside, well, when I turn 21 and I can finally drink,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah,
be a
right.
man.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I get it, bro. Man, oh,
So
man.
that's your false rite of passage. And think about how us as humans with technology and access to knowledge and all this shit at our fingertips, we are still stuck in this mindset of like, oh, well, my rite of passage is when I can buy a drink.
Yeah.
You hear girls, oh, well, on my 21st birthday, I'm getting blacked out. Like,
Right.
all of a sudden now you think you're an adult, because you're medicating. So what do you think Tommy, and I'm going back to this hypothetical person I'm creating, what do you think Tommy, who earned his rite of passage when he was 15 and mom gave him a beer, and then when he's 21 he became a man and bought a beer, what do you think he's going to do when he's in his 30s and shit don't go the way he wants it to go?
Wow, man, that's powerful, bro. That is a powerful
what's
statement.
He gonna do? You tell me.
Yeah,
you tell me. What's Tommy gonna do, Glenn?
Well, you and I both know what he's gonna do. Like you just said, he's gonna get fucked up. You know what I mean?
And somewhere deep inside, he's doing that, and he's like, "Well, this is how I fucking earned being a man."
Yeah. We create these false images that are such bullshit, you know. So I appreciate you telling it like it is. It's like I said earlier, y'all. Masks don't sugarcoat shit, man. And I appreciate you saying it that way, bro. And you know, I wanted to touch on a couple other things. Like I said, when you were talking, you reminded me of two things. Another one that I just love that has really helped me, even with this podcast, because I ain't gonna lie, bro. I get self-conscious sometimes. Sometimes I'll jump off of this thing after we go, and I'm like, oh my God, what have I done? I'm putting myself out there, or, you know, start being vulnerable and shit. And something you guys said at the summit that has really helped me through times like that is play to your own crowd, man, because you ain't going to please everybody. Not everybody is going to like your shit or what you do, whether it's your music, me running my mouth on this fucking podcast, or whatever the case may be. But try to focus on the people that do like what I'm doing. Like I've told you, the people who've contacted us, thanking us for what we're doing and shit like that, you know? So that really rang strong with me, man. I really appreciate you guys sharing that message, because you do. You got to play to your own crowd, like black sheep coat, man. You know what I mean?
Most people are just gonna not. They're only in tune
Always
with
haters,
so much. Yeah, like and your job isn't to get everyone to like you, because when you try to play it safe, you're gonna just end up pushing away people that would really hook into what you're saying if you were just more vulnerable and powerful. That's why, dude, like I don't really care about, like, I post on my shit, and a lot of my shit is me walking and talking and sharing things that have helped me. And, you know, maybe it's a little mix of music and gym stuff. And every once in a while I'll promote, like, hey, you know, a coaching call or like selling beats or whatever. But like at the end of the day, like anyone that really sees what I'm about, they know it. My people get me. And then everyone else, they can just go do whatever's gonna call them. And it's better if I kind of weed out the people who don't really vibe with what I'm saying.
That's true, man.
It's better to just get them out of the way. And be like, hey, I don't need to entertain you anymore, and what I'm saying ain't for you. It's fine if it ain't for you, because you know, everyone receives things different, and a lot of times it's not the actual message, it's the messenger. It's the person that's actually saying it or trying to bring it to your attention. But either way, man, like, I'm proud of what you're doing here, and
thank you, man.
Just keep it going and keep leveling it up, man. Find ways to level it up, and like let's talk again soon about everything, and I'll keep
man,
you updated, you know, on the summit dates.
And like I said, bro, we're going to share your contact information after we get off the line with you here. And I just got to put this out there, man. You know, Dean, our co-host and producer, I know I've messaged you about this, but he has the studios in West Orlando. It's actually in the West Oaks Mall out there in Ocoee, man. And it's a great setup, bro. And I would love it. I'll tell you what, I will fucking fly all the way from Sacramento to Orlando if I can get you and Cass live in the studio with Dean there for another deep dive interview, man, and talking about, we'll promote the summit, we'll talk about whatever you guys want to, man, or at the very least, maybe we get you both on camera, you go to Dean's studio and I'll come in from here in Sac. But in the meantime and in between time, bro, I just can't thank you enough for calling in tonight, for spending as much time as you did with us tonight, and being so inspirational and motivational. And Mass, I just want to say one more time, Merry Christmas to you and your family. Tell that boy Kasky we said hi, and that man, we got to get him on here. He told
Yes,
me he'd
sir.
do the podcast when we were doing them coaching calls. He said he was going to do it. So
Yeah, man.
we got to get him up.
Let's definitely figure something out. We'll circle back around, and likewise, bro. Have a great Christmas. My phone's on 1%. If it dies,
All right, bro.
I didn't hang up on you. But anyone
No
else
worries.
out there listening,
Yeah.
just you guys just work on yourself, because that's really you're gonna attract success based on the person you become. That's what I want the overall message to be. And I know it's simple, but listen. Anytime you make it complex, you got to know the answer is always going to be hidden in simplicity.
Say that, man. Wow. And what a better note to end it on, man. I can't thank you enough, bro. So, yes, Merry Christmas again, and enjoy your family, man. Be safe, and we will talk to you again real soon, okay?
Appreciate you, brother. Later. Have a great night.
Appreciate you. All right. Peace. Bye. Wow, Dean, how about that? We had that boy Anonymous on the show. What a great interview, wasn't he? Oh, my God, man. So motivational and inspirational, and, man, just a powerful message, And, I'm so glad that we finally got him on, because I've talked so much about him on the show that I start thinking, damn, I bet people probably don't even fucking believe I know that dude as much as I've talked to him about him. We've never had him on the show, but we finally got him on the show. And man, what a great Christmas present. Here it is. Actually, by the way, Merry Christmas. It is officially Christmas Day
officially
now.
Christmas over here, at least.
On the East Coast. Yeah, it's only 9:15 here in California, but it is officially Christmas in Orlando right now. And man, what a great Christmas gift to be able to bring y'all a full-on interview with that boy Anonymous, man. And again, y'all, for those of y'all that are watching, and I see we still got a boatload of people watching and listening, man. We're so grateful for y'all hanging in. And shout out to all the people who come across the recorded version after we post this, because we are live right now. We're live all over Facebook, half dozen YouTubes. We're live on LinkedIn. We're live on X. We're live on Threads. We're live on Twitch now. All the things. And so we always edit up and clean up the show after we're finished live, and then we post the recorded version and do like a premiere on that Dare Me Podcast YouTube channel, usually on Wednesdays. And so I just want to send a shout out to all the people who watch the recorded version as well. So yeah, man. If you're not familiar with Anonymous or Kasky, I mean, literally, guys, they are international superstars. I mean, they really are. And they've, got fans around the world. And I didn't want to hold him hostage any longer, but I wanted to, share. I figured I'd do it after we got him off the line, and that he had to go, that we talk about how long they've been viewing music, because I mentioned during the interview, they just put out this release not long ago, a few months ago, called Cadillac Music. Oh my God, man, the whole compilation is just off the chain. And there's this one tune on there. It was like the first single they put out from it, called I'm a Virgin. It was kind of a play off, if you know their music, this tune they released like years ago, called Cadillac. And it's really kind of a cool, how do you say, retrospective of their journey from putting that tune out, Cadillac, which kind of was all about glorifying drug use. Like I said, from back when Kasky was a younger guy, in his teens and shit. He's, 30 something now, 31 or whatever he is now. And hearing now this compilation they call Cadillac Music, and the positive message he's spreading in this music he's putting out now, it's really pretty cool, just like we talked about in the interview with Anonymous. But I guess where I was going with that is, what the man was saying is true. You know, I bet he's got a shit ton of unreleased music because I know, you know, he's regularly working on producing beats and stuff because he does these live streams that I try to jump on every time I see he's live, and he plays a lot of them. So anyway, with all that said, Dean, if we could, I did not know for sure if Mass was going to be able to get on the show with us tonight. We had been communicating, you know, through DMs and stuff. And, you know, I told him we were going to be going live tonight and just going till the walls, you know, cave in or till we run out of gas or whatever. You know, we're not at any hard time clock tonight. We're just kind of trying to help keep people company on Christmas Eve who may be alone or struggling or whatever the case may be, just looking for some good entertaining content. And so anyway, I let him know we were going to be live tonight and going long. And he said, oh, yeah, man, okay. If I'm free, you know, I got obviously, you know, people doing stuff with family and all the other stuff this time of the year. But he said, hey, if I get some free time, man, hey, I'll jump on there with you. So he did, obviously. But the point I'm making, I didn't know for sure if he was going to get on with us. We had a couple photos on standby just in case that we show to the summit at all. But where I'm going with that, Dean, is the one thing I did neglect to do is get some contact information ready for you know, Anonymous. And we shared during the interview that we would post that from his social media in case anybody wanted to reach out to him for information about his coaching business and service that he's providing, information about the next Future of Artists Summit that'll be coming up in June that he talked about. So yeah, man, if we might be able to pull some of that up and provide it before we jump off the show tonight, Dean, I think that'd be great. I like I said, y'all, I didn't prepare it ahead of time. I could I don't know. Are you on Insta, Dean? Let me just ask you right live on the air. Are you on Instagram, bro?
Yeah, I don't know any of his, and when I type in search for Anonymous,
Okay,
there's a million things that pop up.
No. This is how you'll get it. It's Anonymous with MASS, and then he has a X at the end of it.
So his name is Marlon Sorrentino.
That's him. Yeah. And that's his, you know, Anonymous, obviously his stage name. And, you know, most people kind of get to know him, call him Mass, you know. But yeah, his name is Marlon Sorrentino, an Italian, I would venture to say. And so, yeah, it's Anonymous, and then there's an X. And, you know, it's got the little check mark. There you go, bro. I love it, man. Dean, you truly are a rock star, bro, because I was over here trying to take a screenshot and I was going to try to load it into G Drive or text it to you, and boom, just like that, you brought it right up. So yeah, y'all, if you enjoyed our interview with Mass, if you felt inspired, if you felt motivated, if you come across the recorded version of this podcast and you listen to our interview with Mass, and you are interested in his coaching service, which is really mainly, I think, geared toward creatives and not necessarily just music people. Like he shared, he works with people in the fashion industry. For God's sake, he's been an inspiration to me with doing this podcast and music too, you know. But the point is, just by listening to his interview, you can tell the dude is plugged in, man. So inspiring and motivational. And here's his contact information. You can go follow him on Insta. And as he mentioned, he is really, really good at getting back to people. He responds to people, a lot of, high profile people like himself. You send DMs, messages, or whatever, you never fucking hear back from him. Not with him, man. He replies to people, even if it's sometimes just a little emoji or whatever, acknowledging that he saw or got your message, and that makes people feel good, man. That, wow, hey, bro, you acknowledged me. Thank you, appreciate that. So, in any case, there you go. There's his contact information. If you want to reach out to him, you can send him a DM right there on Insta. And so, with all that said, we'll go ahead and shift gears. Dean, I just got to mention, I am hearing echo in the background. I'm not sure what that is, but I don't ordinarily. There,
Okay.
it's gone. Yeah, it's gone. Okay, cool. Thank you. So we're going to shift gears now, y'all. And because we had such a great interview with Mass, we've kind of neglected our chat room. And we've had a couple of people chime in the chat room here. And I want to send a shout out again to Jennifer. And oh, man, she has a powerful post here. By the way, I appreciate it, Jen. She said she enjoyed the music reel of yours truly singing that Foster the People, Mark Foster Knox tune, Ride or Die. I got another one coming up, by the way, y'all, of a Post Malone cover I did. Yeah, I covered a Posty tune. And I will say, pardon my expression, y'all, but that takes balls to cover a Post Malone song. You know what I mean? But I did it. Shout out, though, to that boy, Neela Shebang, because he did help me produce that one. And I just got to give credit where credit is due and thank him, for producing that for me and working with me on that song. So we'll play that in just a second. But meanwhile, Jen also wrote in the chat room, this was just before we jumped on that interview with Mass, and she wrote, with depression, loneliness, and addiction, last month at Movement 5280 Homeless Hub, we celebrated 13 days clean and 89 days clean with 2 clients. Wow, how cool is that, man? Jen, I am so thankful and grateful to you for sharing that information with us, because that's like amazing. I mean, it truly is like a miracle when people are able to pull themselves out of that grip of addiction and start living clean. And I just can't thank you enough for sharing that powerful message with us. I'm wondering, Dean, are we maybe even missing part of that message? It looks like we might have been missing the top part of it. I don't know. But nonetheless, in any case, obviously, the movement group is doing great work out there in the community. And, being a real one, Jen, thank you so much for working together with people that are struggling with addiction. It's horrible. It's a horrible sickness. It's awful. And so it really means a lot to all of us that live in the recovery community when anyone works together with someone who's trying to get out of the grips of addiction and start, living clean, just like yourself, Dean. We talk about it on this podcast, how, you're not an addict, you don't struggle with this sickness of addiction. Also, as I've said with you on this program, whether you know it or not anymore, you are now a part of this recovery community because of your participation and your willingness to participate in this podcast where we're working together with and helping people. And I'll also say this, take the conversation maybe in a little bit of a different direction. For being so open and honest with us about what happened to you when you broke your leg a few weeks ago. And I want to talk to you about that because, and folks, Dean, is okay with us talking about this. I would never share his personal information on this podcast without, making sure he was cool with it. But we talked very openly a couple episodes, even last week ago, about how they prescribed you opiate and opioid pain medication when you broke your leg, and that you took what you did in the hospital. They sent you home with a script for oxys. And I don't want to speak for you, put words in your mouth, but that, because of, in at least in very little part, what you learned on this podcast, you thought, oh, hell no, I ain't going down that road. And we're able to get through it with taking Advil and things to that nature. So again, like I said, I don't even want to put words in your mouth, but you are a part of our recovery community, Dean, just like Jen and what she's doing with the movement group. And for people like myself, man, forever grateful, for what you're doing, bro. So anyway, on that topic, let's talk about it, man. How's things going with your recovery and the broken leg? Are you like sitting in the wheelchair right now, if you don't mind me asking? Yeah.
No, there's probably been a few times when I was still on camera that you saw me wheeling in and out of the room.
I did kind of notice
Yeah,
that.
yeah. So I'm actually got my foot up here. Let's see if I can kind of give you the grand tour. Hold
Okay.
on. So,
Oh, look at this. Dean is literally working from the home studio tonight, y'all. It's
Yeah.
Christmas Eve at Dean's house there, and we got him working. So, yeah, well, hey, it looks like,
yeah, there's,
oh,
there
man.
it is.
Still got staples in. When do you get the staples out?
I should get those out on Tuesday. That was the earliest. Had a little hiccup with the doctor's office. They kind of screwed up my it was post-op, the post-op appointment. They screwed it up, and so it kind of got pushed back about 5 days.
Wow.
So I'm itching to get these things out, and tonight that's why my foot is up. That's why I kind of turned my body kind of away from the camera, because I don't have a whole lot of, but I turned my body away because my 3 hours in this chair with my feet down, my foot starts swelling up. And if I put both feet next to each other, you'd think they belong to two different people. So, yeah, foot's a little swollen at the moment, so I have to put it up, and it'll be fine. But
Right.
starting to really kind of bother me. So I wheeled out of here a little bit ago just to go get some Advil, and that's it. I've been using Advil. That's my, like 2 a.m, 2 p.m. kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, like I said, man, I really can't tell you how much I appreciate you being so honest and open about your journey with that, because like I said, man, and kind of like what even Mass was alluding to when we were talking with him about, people that like to get high or use or whatever. Hey, same thing. No judgment, man. If you're a person that takes pain meds and you take them legit and as prescribed, and they're helping you live a healthy, happy, normal life or whatever, and you ain't all strung out, hey, more power to you, man. We ain't coming after nobody's pain meds or whatever. What I'll also say is there are people like me and many others out there who we can't take that shit normally, man. Once we put it in our body, that's it. All bets are off, man. We're off to the races, because that shit does make you feel good. Oh, man, it gives you that euphoric feeling, and all the world seems in its place, that exaggerated sense of well-being. When it comes to pain, there are also other ways that you can resolve that pain or try to reduce that pain level, just like what you just said, Dean. And it can be as simple as taking some Advil, some Tylenol. You don't have to use opiates just because a doctor might prescribe them.
Yeah.
because it's a roll of the dice. It's a
And
roll
most
of
of us kind of get used to that over the years. If you've ever been to the dentist and had, I don't care what there's leg pain and then there's tooth pain. And
Oh, there's a big difference.
tooth
I've
pain
had
can
it.
really knock you on your ass. So the
Yep.
last time I've probably taken prescription painkillers were like, I don't know, Percocets or whatever that the dentist prescribes to get over that oral surgery or whatever. And I remember, and this has probably been 10 years, but I remember taking one, but it would take almost an hour to kick in.
Yeah.
So it'd be like you really got to think ahead, Well, so, I remember being at work and I go, if I take one now, by the time I get home, 15-minute drive home, and then I'd kind of and then it would kick in. Well, I did something stupid one time. One time I took 2 Percocets.
Okay.
And that was enough to scare me straight.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh, bro. I'm not laughing at you or even with you. I'm laughing at myself, which ain't even funny, really. I should be laughing. You said that with such a how shall I say, a cautionary tone to it, like, oh, I actually took 2, and I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, there was like 2 was like,
and I'm sure the
no
audience
big deal.
out there that have experienced Percocets, they go,
It's
oh,
like-
well, that's like going, I accidentally drank 2 beers instead of one
Yeah.
beer.
Or you get that mindset of, well, goddamn, if 1 made me feel that good, how good will I feel if I take 5?
No, it was purely a pain thing. I just kind of went and did it, and man, it was like going from having 1 beer to having, for me, it was like having 10 beers. I was going to be pissed drunk. Where 1 beer, I could work a little bit more, get myself home. 2, and I shouldn't have been driving. I shouldn't have been doing any of that stuff, and it really kind of it scared straight kind of thing. It was like, no, I ain't gonna do that again.
No, I
Much
get
like
it,
that
man.
last time I remember when I was 18 years old and partying and being stupid, and I think I tried to shotgun a bottle of champagne.
Wow.
Yeah.
When I was younger,
and you're going, anybody stupid that did that, and of course that I refunded all of it, and I was sick like a dog, and it was just, oh my God, it was just that was the last stupid thing I did with alcohol, but that was 30 years ago.
no,
but
no, I get it. Yep.
but
yep.
yeah, I mean, I just, with this whole thing, I was just trying to be honest with my, my pain management, and they want to know. They ask you, what's your pain, 1 to 10, and even before they even did anything, my pain was maybe at a 5, 6. And I was like, before they even gave me anything, and before they even cut me open, I was probably a 5, 6, thinking, well, if I don't move it, it kind of doesn't hurt, but you got to move it a little bit, and then boom. So this has been kind of this has been new for me. I haven't broken anything since high school, and
Wow.
and so yeah, other than dental surgery, this is really a whole new thing. I can see we're leaning on the pain meds. I guess I'm just lucky.
Yeah. As I've shared on this podcast many times, and as you know, Dean, that's kind of how it all started for me, man. You had a motorcycle mishap, not like a wreck and a crash, but
Nope.
there was you got tangled up, we'll say, and it was off road, and you twisted and broke your leg. For me, I broke my ankle skating, of all things, and man, that's how it all started for me. As I started taking the pain meds when they prescribed them to me, I had surgery. They put the 3 pins in my ankle. A couple months later, they took 2 out, and they just kept giving me the pills and the pills and the pills. And next thing you know, man, I went, I don't have to go through them all, but
Yeah.
I went through them all, man. I went through them all. And then when they wanted to start weaning me down and cutting me off, man, then, I went to like my actual family care doctor, and it was like, oh, my back hurts and all that shit. So then they start giving it to me, but that wasn't enough. I start burning through that script within a week, if that sometimes. So then, you start trading with other people, who get them. And believe me, you'll be able to find out real quick who's taking them when you start getting hooked and strung out on that shit. Then all of a sudden somebody else is, getting them, but doesn't use them, and they're selling them, and this person knows. And then you get caught up in that whole thing. Then somebody, is getting them off the streets. Then you're getting them off the streets. And before you know it, you're looking at this going, oh my God, what have I gotten myself into? And then by that time, you're physically dependent. You're hooked. You're addicted. And that's what happened to me.
Do you kind of feel like probably at that time, too, you were very much in the closet with all your addictions?
God.
And when a doctor says, I'm going to give you Oxy, or unless maybe the doctor might have asked, do you have any drug issues, drug problems? And you probably went, no, of course not. Of course not.
Because you wanted them to give you the shit.
Well, I don't know about the give you the stuff, but you're not going to stand up and just say, yes, that's why the stigma is attached to that, thing but I don't think the doctors ask enough. And I don't think the way they ask is right. I think I think they're, if you can take the stigma out of it, I think the doctors really need to kind of like, take it a few more steps before they start throwing oxy scripts around,
especially after what happened and is still happening with the whole opioid epidemic. You think you're exactly right. Because I remember we talked about this, Dean, a couple of weeks ago, where we asked, and you said, yeah, they kept asking me if I was allergic to anything. And then they mentioned addiction, I must have been asked once maybe, but
15 times I must have been asked, all the way up to rolling out of the hospital, if I was allergic to anything. Well, they want to be sure, and they want to be sure, and then they want to be sure, and then every person asks you because they want to be sure. Why the hell wouldn't someone say, maybe a second time saying, is there any history of drug abuse?
Yeah.
Do you
I'll take it a step further, bro. Not even, putting it on the client, but just having a sit down that could be a very structured presentation and say, okay, now, unless you've been living under a rock, you have got to have some kind of knowledge about this opioid epidemic that's taken the whole country and world by storm. We do not want you to get addicted to this shit. Now, we understand you're in pain. You had surgery. You broke your leg, whatever the fuck. We're going to prescribe some of this for you because we don't want you to be in pain, but we want you to understand crystal clear.
Right.
This is temporary. Don't get used to this. Don't what?
If I prescribe this for you, and I remember the conversation I had with the drug guy, and that's all I kind of remember him as. The head nurse comes to you, the head of the floor, the doctor on staff. Everyone comes to talks to you. But I remember the conversation with the drug guy, and the drug guy is the guy who's going to prescribe whatever drugs. And first thing out of my mouth was when he started talking about prescriptions, I go, well, I kind of produce a podcast on opioids, so I'm highly acutely aware of all that, so, but really they need to kind of just say, look, I'm going to prescribe Oxy to you, but man, if you have any history with abuse of alcohol or drugs, or
even if you have an addictive behavior or personality.
Yes, well, that's what I mean. If you have there's just got to be a better way of saying it so that patient can feel at ease and open to say, I might not want to. And if they had said it to you, I don't know if at that time you were in recovery or if you were just kind of, still kind of playing around with alcohol or whatever, I don't know.
Clean. I had been clean again at that time for just a little over 6 years. And you know what? Not to get off topic, but bro, I have a picture, a group picture of me and about 6 other people of that night at Cimarron Skateway, this roller rink, before that happened. And it's on like this old computer of mine. I got to go in there and just search through the hard. I know it's in there. And I'm going to find that picture and show it to you and bring it on the podcast because what started off as a fun, great night turned out to be one of the worst nights of my life that started the hell of that 9-year run of being hooked on opiates, y'all. It was awful.
I'm not going to say I'll do you one better, but I actually recorded my accident.
Wow, you're kidding me.
Well, that's what I do. I
know. But
I've always got a running camera on my bike, and I actually recorded it. Now it was facing forward from the handlebars, so it's basically just going to be out, and then but you do hear my voice.
I was going to say, do we hear you going, "Oh shit, fuck, oh shit"?
Yeah, I kind of like you could tell in my voice because the bike just stops and leans a little bit, and then just about an additional minute, and I actually turned the camera off after that. I was like, okay.
Wow. Well, I did not know that. And for our viewers and listeners, I see we've got some new people, Dean, as we've been going, for God, over 3.5, coming out on 4 hours of this show tonight. And so we've had a lot of people jump in, jump off, new people jumping in and out. And I see we've got some new viewers. So we want to send a shout out, say Merry Christmas to anybody that's still watching and listening. Man, I just love it. As we've said, we get most people that watch the show come across the recorded version or subscribe to our YouTube channel and they watch it when they can, and obviously we're doing a marathon special Merry Christmas Eve holiday edition of the show just to give people a place to go on Christmas Eve who may be alone or maybe on the fence about getting loaded or whatever and want to hang with us. And so we've had a lot of people in and out tonight. We've had callers. Thank you so much to my son G for calling in, spending time with us. My niece Jen in the chat room with us. That boy Anonymous he must have talked to us for close to an hour, didn't he? What a great interview he was. And so, I see we got new people in the viewing room now. So just want to send a shout out to everyone. But anyway, so going back to what we were talking about, Dean, as much as I've talked to you about that, what happened to you breaking your leg on the motorcycle, that's the first time I heard you tell us that you have video of it. And I ain't laughing, bro. I don't mean to chuckle. It's just, I really would like to see that. Are you going to let us see it? You going to show it?
I'm actually going to probably, no. I had a few days off because I was really having difficulty getting, I've been kind of splitting my time between my house and my son's, my stepson's house. And, so I couldn't always have access to my computer, so I got a little bit behind on doing the shorts. So I'm likely just going to post that on my either in a reel or post it on my YouTube page, which is Honda Trail Traveler. So
I was going to say that, but save it so we can show it on the podcast once you do that. But man,
sure.
Yeah, but I did want to put a plug in for what we're talking about here. You have, and I love it, bro, because I don't see all of them, Dean, and sometimes I'll watch only part of it or whatever. But for those who don't know that come across this or are watching live, Dean does motorcycle rides where he has, and I don't mean to speak for you, Dean, but you have the GoPro camera in the helmet so we can see where he's going. He narrates where he's going, and he's taken some really cool trips around Central Florida. So go ahead, Dean, plug your podcast, or what would you call it? It's not really a podcast. What is it? Is it a live stream? Is that a good way to describe it? Yeah, maybe even show us a little bit. We got time. Hey, man, we're just hanging out tonight, So, but anyway, you guys get the idea. And the bike Dean rides, it's not like this big, 1500 cc or anything. He rides, a smaller Honda, that he's able to maneuver pretty good around town. And, like I said, he has the GoPro camera, which he's going to show us, I think, in a second here, some clips from. And what he's doing. And so apparently he had the camera going. And again, Dean, I swear to God, I'm not laughing. It's just I know what happened because I've been there, and he's got on recording when he broke his leg on the motorcycle. So, okay, it's called Honda Trail Traveler, and this is a YouTube channel that you have.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there it is, y'all. Go to the Honda Trail Traveler YouTube channel, click subscribe, and you'll get notifications whenever Dean posts new videos. So how many you got on there? 69 different vids now, Dean?
Yeah, there's some what I'll do is when I first bought the bike, I started doing some, Saturday rides. And I think one of the first rides I went to Clearwater. It was, it was about an 8-hour day getting out to Clearwater and back. It was like 3-4 hours each direction plus some time in between. And then what I do is every Saturday I'd do a new ride. I'd been all over to Ocala National Forest. I've been to, like I said, Clearwater. I've been to a place called Richlome, and Richlome is a wildlife management area just west of Claremont, which is West Orlando.
Yeah.
West of Claremont, halfway to it's about an hour and a half west of here. So
I can't help but interrupt, Burrow, and I gotta point something out, and I'm so glad to see this. And I must confess, I have seen this YouTube channel. In fact, I think I'm a subscriber.
Yeah, I think you're.
It's just been a while. And what I'm pointing out here is, okay, I'm looking at our clock, and we've been going 3 hours, 47 minutes. We're having a marathon session of the Dare Me podcast tonight, y'all. It's Christmas Eve. We've had so many people watching tonight. This is just amazing, man. People jumping in and out, and new viewers just came on in the last several minutes, and so on and so forth. But where I'm going with this is, okay, we're having this marathon session of this podcast in this date and age of micro content, where if you don't have somebody's attention in 5 seconds on TikTok or a reel, they're on to the next. But yet, here we're getting all these viewers all night long on this long ass podcast. And the point I'm making is you have rides. I just noticed from Biketoberfest, 3 hours, 56 minutes, your ride to Clearwater, 4 hours, and you got people watching this stuff. I think it's cool as hell. So
yeah, my trip I did a trip to Cape Canaveral.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually did that live. I did a live webcast. It was a good, I don't know, 3.5.
You went to Coco? I was watching that one. You went to Coco. I saw that.
I did that one live. My camera wasn't the GoPro that did that live. I used my phone, and I had some wobbling going on. It was a really crappy. But I also recorded the whole trip on the GoPro. So I'm pretty sure I reposted it, but I do have a live. I actually went live off the bike which was my initial goal, is to be live on the bike. Just anywhere I go, I just want to go live.
Right. I get it. And I love it, man. So tell us where we're looking at now. Where are you at in this video?
Oh, I'm about to turn down Bike Row in Daytona here.
Oh,
this is Biketoberfest. So
you're about to go down Main Street.
Yeah. So
right where you're at here.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can jump ahead and get past the turn here a little bit.
It's all good. Now this is Biketoberfest, so this would have been last October, just like
Yeah.
2 months ago. Looks like it was a beautiful day,
Okay,
man. Sunny blue.
here we go. A lot of people never, they don't get to see it, or if they see it as a pedestrian and never get to experience it.
Yeah,
this is my first experience going at a bike event like this of Daytona, and
and Dean, let me just interject for people who are watching or listening who've never been to Bike Week in the famous Daytona Beach or Biketoberfest. You can't get any more in the heart of it than where Dean's at right now. Obviously, it wasn't real packed this day. I mean, see a shit ton of bikes and people, but I've seen it a lot more crowded than this out there. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I come back. I do another run in the evening. So
okay, that's when it gets more crowded.
then yes, it'll look quite a bit different. But no, Biketoberfest is only a 3-day event versus Bike Week, which is like a 10-day event.
Yeah.
So
but
it gets a little crazy.
Famous, like the Boot Hill Saloon is coming up on the left, and wow, man,
So
a lot of memories there, bro.
While I was there,
a lot of using and drinking memories there too.
Yeah. So while I was there, I test drove a Scout.
Okay.
As well as a BMW R9T, which is a kind of like a scrambler BMW. Awesome bike. Oh my! Both bikes were incredible. They were just so fast and so sleek and powerful. And
I feel obligated to interject, Dean, as the safety guy. I worked for that company in Orlando for freaking 25 years, the Safety Council, and I had this nickname. Some of my old buddies still call me Safety G, and then, of course, I worked for Metro Traffic Control for 20 years. I had not one, but 2 careers when I lived in Orlando and Central Florida. And so if you haven't figured out where I'm going with that yet, as well as I do, there's going to be people watching that going, well, how safe is that, man? Riding down the road filming. So I know what you were doing with the GoPro for our viewers and listeners. Just tell them how you recorded that.
Well, there's different mounts. I think at Daytona I had a chest mount camera, so you're with a helmet, you can't even really tell. You kind of have to feel for the camera. And I'm showing a video here about.
Yeah, I'm watching it. That's cool. Yeah.
This is actually the day of my broken leg.
Oh,
so no. I did an oil change. I wanted to go for a ride. Did the oil change. I figured I'd do it real quick here. And so you see, I'm putting all my gear on, and and that's it, And
very cool.
But I've got like 3 different mounts. I've got a handlebar mount, which I can turn in both directions, and then I've got a helmet mount, which kind of go off the nose of my helmet, and then of course there's just I'm never holding anything. I'm holding the handlebars because that's just ridiculous. I see I see a lot of people on bikes kind of reaching out and holding the camera I'm like, what the hell, don't I mean, take their life in their hands. Of course, then there's the bikers that just do the crazy shit. I bought a bike that wouldn't really allow me to do really crazy shit, but that's just because I wanted to get really comfortable with a bike. And most people buy overpowered bikes at first.
Yeah.
And the overpowered bikes give them that false sense, they go, the Daredevil comes out first, and you don't want that when you just start riding. So, so most people buy overpowered bikes, and they buy a, whatever it is, a big massive cruiser or a sport
Harley,
bike or a
Goldwing. Yep.
Well, either, like I said, it's either the big 2 types of riders. You're either a big cruiser or a sport bike. Or you could be like a dual sport. I think I'm more of a dual sport kind of guy. But that might change this month. But still 90% of riders do it wrong. They start riding, they get the biggest, baddest, awesomest bike, and then, either it scares them and they wind up what? It sits in their garage for 3 years. So you wind up finding all these bikes that are 5 years old that have 50 miles on them, selling on Facebook, and they go, oh, I know exactly what happened. You bought the bike. Maybe the wife didn't like riding with you. Maybe you scared yourself. Maybe whatever. You really didn't realize that you don't like it, or maybe you were smart enough to go, yeah, I'm going to get myself killed on this thing. So
you got to be careful. That's for sure.
Well, I don't say that I think you're naturally careful on a bike. The problem is there are too many bikers that are careless.
Well, and not
there's a difference.
Careful automobile drivers too.
Careless means those guys that buy very fast bikes. They ride between cars, between lanes, between do shit because they can. And they want to live life in the fast lane. They want to be fast and furious, and that kind of stuff catches up with everybody one way or another. It catches up. Now, I'm not saying I'm flawless, but I look at it like this: when I'm in my car, distractions. I got the car stereo. Yes, my phone will start chirping, start bleeping, and whatever. I try to avoid going to my phone, at least until maybe I hit a stoplight or a stop sign. But then you've got your windshield and you got the pillars on each side of the windshield. There's a lot of distraction. There's a lot of, obstructed view. When you're on a bike with a helmet you see almost, with a slight turn of the head, you see almost 270 degrees around you.
Well, Dean, let me interject if I may, and you should scroll up a little bit. We can't see the name of because I see we got lots of people still watching the show, but don't scroll up too much, because that one photo, that's what I wanted to ask you about in the lower right corner there. You're talking about, distractions and problems you run into on the road, and look at this, man. The pavement was all torn up.
Okay. There? See, that was a short. I'll play the short, but basically I was riding through Ocala National Forest. I'm coming out of Ocala. One of my many trips to Ocala. I actually drove by, the very first thing you saw was I was driving by a police car and another car that had stopped or something. And then I'm riding along, all of a sudden there's this massive pothole that I stopped, and you can hear me kind of react to it and stuff like that. And I was like, oh damn, that's but I hit it pretty slow, so it really, but yeah, I mean, you actually do see everything,
I like what you put in this reel. These are the everyday decisions for someone who rides, man. You really got to be paying attention, because you're right.
There's no rubbernecking. You don't want to be caught rubbernecking, and you definitely don't want to have a whole lot of distractions on the handlebars, and so yeah, if you see there's a cop, I just rode by right there, and that was coming out of the Ocala National Forest, which I thought was kind of interesting, because you see some crazy shit up in Ocala.
Hey, we have a guest on the show, Dean. I don't know if you can see, my girl Jazzy just woke up, so she wanted to come over and say hi. And, I just thought I here's what I'd like to request, Dean. Can we play some of this video? And I'm going to go let Jazzy take a little quick break. I'm going to take a quick break, because we've been going 4 hours, bro, and we still got lots of show left. Let's watch a little bit of your video, and then we'll wrap it up here within the hour. But let's post that phone number again, because I see we still got lots of people there in the viewing room.
Oh, you better hurry up.
Yeah. If anybody would like to call in, there's the number. And if you're just listening, not watching, 407-924-3946, 407-924-3946. You can call in with any questions, comments, be a part of the show, wish us Merry Christmas, say hello. We'd love to talk to you, hear from you. Also, If you might like to join us in the chat room, we have a link there. We use the StreamYard platform. You just click the link and we can bring you right on camera, right on the show. And so let's take a look and a listen at a little bit of Dean's video. I'll be back.
Can you hear the motorcycle noise?
Oh, yeah, I hear it, bro.
All right, I'm going to turn that down a little bit. But...
Okay, and so again, Dean, the name of the YouTube channel is what again?
It's called Honda Trail Traveler.
I know.
All right, let me jump ahead a little bit here. Here's a place that it's called Lake Apopka Wildlife Drive, and it's a really neat place. It's right in just northwest of Orlando. What I'm doing here is probably not even a 10-minute ride from my house, so this entire stretch takes me up to this entrance, this wildlife drive at Lake Apopka. I showed a map in the very beginning. I can kind of jump back and do that,
this,
and there it is.
Scenic trail, which is in the...
Okay, so just gonna avoid some of my Okay, this is the actual entrance to Lake Apopka Scenic Wildlife Drive. Funny, you got to get in before 3 o'clock any given day because they close the gates. I don't know what I'm doing here, but... Okay, this is Lake Apopka North Shore Wildlife Drive. Okay, so we're moving past that. See if we can adjust my camera over here a little bit. For all of you out there still participating.
I'm back.
Oh, there he is. He's back. I was just going to say Glenn's going to be back here on camera in just a couple of moments. But,
okay, I'm back. This is where we at here, Dean? Where is
This is the Lake Apopka North Shore Wildlife Drive.
Oh, wow. This is beautiful, man.
So if you look at Lake Apopka, the entrance, it's a one-way, one direction dirt road entrance. And
to this place, and I didn't even know it existed.
It takes about an hour to get through because you have to stay at maybe 5-10 miles an hour.
Toxic.
And get rid of my sound. So it's a really neat cars. Usually, what you'll see is me sometimes coming up. There'll be cars in front of me, and I'll be.
I've seen part of this one before, Dean, because I remember hearing what you just said, that you have lived in Central Florida all these years, but you had never seen this area before.
This is
cool.
10 minutes from my house, and I've yet to. I hadn't seen it before this year, so now I go there every. Where I was going there, I've been there like 3 times. The second time I brought my still camera so I can get some really great pictures of some of the alligators. And
right
the last gator I saw was probably 12 feet long.
Wow.
Yeah. And it was there was this little walking bridge over it. Like I was 6 feet above this gator, and I'm shooting down at it. And yeah, it had to be 12 feet. And then it had a little baby gator like right next to him. So,
oh my
or
God.
her.
Wow.
So I on any given ride, I'll probably see a dozen gators at least. So, yeah.
Wow, man. Well, this is really cool. And so the name again of the YouTube channel for anybody that might like to go and subscribe or look at some of your additional videos is what?
Well, it's on YouTube. It's the Honda Trail Traveler. And
okay. Honda Trail Traveler.
Yeah.
So I gotta ask, with having a broken leg and all now, are you missing being out on the bike and being able to get out there like you were?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I've been off the bike now for pushing a month. It'll be 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And to be able to do this kind of thing, like I said, it's 10 minutes from my house. What a great ride. Pack a lunch. There's a pump station that I will end up at.
Wow.
Yeah. Here's the pumping station in Lake Apopka that you end up around, and then I just it's a little observation deck and stuff like that, and then people park there and go walk around, and then there's a bridge that I'll be turning onto coming up here, go across the bridge, and it drops you off at, I would say, like I said, you enter at about 9, about the 2 o'clock position, and then you exit close to like the 11 o'clock, just when you're scratching the northwest corner of Lake Apopka. But this is what it is. I mean, and it's a really slow ride. They don't want you going fast.
Now, when you say slow, what do you think? Like 40-ish, maybe 35?
10 miles an hour is their posted speed limit. So, and it's about a 10-mile ride. So it takes a good hour to do. And, and yeah, they want you at 10 miles an hour. Now, granted, I'm probably going, I might be going, at times going 15, even 20 miles an hour, because,
different stretches. I get it.
Or you get behind some cars and then they just want to go real slow. And
now, what was that? What was that? You just stopped for like 10 seconds and then got right back on. What was that all about?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Well, Dean, I can't thank you enough for doing this with us, man, because I think, it gives, for our viewers and listeners that are watching this part of the show or see it later, it shows another whole side of your personality, of our old pal, Dean Baker, our co-host and producer for the Dare Me podcast. All about drugs, addiction, recovery, enlightenment, exercise, music, all that stuff, is an avid motorcycle rider as well, and has a YouTube channel where he takes you out on all these tours. And they're long videos where you can enjoy the whole ride with him. Well, I think it's cool as hell, bro. It's cool.
Part of recovery too. You're looking for your inspiration might be music, working out, exercise. My this is my inspiration. This is something I wanted purely for me. Yep. And I waited till this past year to do it, and I go, I really enjoy it. And you know what? there's so much on social media about how just it's almost a zen way of life, you know.
Yeah.
You're
Oh, yeah.
you know, and people ride because it's therapy, and it's
Yes.
probably the best therapy money can buy. I absolutely agree with that now. It's I
Man, well, and especially on a day like what it looks like it was that
oh
day,
god.
just beautiful weather outside and nice, like the old cliche, wind blowing in. I know you ride with a helmet, but the wind blowing and, that whole thing.
One time
So,
I actually took, when it was really crowded, lots of cars were doing barely 10 miles an hour. I took the helmet off and I said, you know what? It was hot. It was,
yeah, in the state of
and
Florida, it's legal to ride without a
yeah.
helmet. Yeah,
And
yeah.
I strapped the, and of course it was like this. And I just kind of rode with the helmet off. And oh my God, that was just such an amazing
Yeah.
feeling.
Yep.
What
Yep.
really sucks right now watching this is I know that tomorrow I can't get on the bike. I can't go for a ride. And the
Yeah.
weather is so perfect right now. You got blue skies and it's like 70 degrees, 60 degrees. And it just,
So,
it's a bit of a thorn in my side right now watching this. Because
well, I'm just gonna say I'm kind of glad to hear you say that, Dean, because see, with some people, as I'm sure you've probably thought about and maybe even heard, after they have what we'll call a mishap, like you did, and break their leg, they're like, excuse me, I ain't never doing that again. Just like me with skating. Believe me, I get the urge to go out and skate once in a while. I loved
yeah.
skating as a younger man. I played hockey, all that stuff. And I'm going to be 62 years old in a couple months. And I'm just like, all right, I ain't doing that no more. Fuck. As much as I love skating, I ain't taking the risk of breaking my goddamn leg no more. You know what I mean? Not over something like that. But, sometimes you just got to pull yourself up by your bootstraps and get back in the race. And I know you're a safe rider. It was kind of a fluke, weird thing that happened. And you learn from stuff like that. So I'm just saying, I'm glad to hear you're ready to get back out there, man, and start enjoying it again, especially if it's provided you that peace like what you're talking about, because it is therapeutic to ride. I miss riding. I don't have a bike right
Yeah.
now, but I used to, and it's very therapeutic.
Well, when I get my second bike, and that's gonna happen probably in the next few months. When
When
I
I
get my
come visit, we can go
yeah,
ride together, right? Is that
yeah,
what you gonna
and I'll
say?
let you
Yeah.
ride this little guy here, and it's fine. You're
Yeah.
gonna love it.
Oh yeah.
It is such a fun bike because it's not it's not like super fast, but you'd never know.
Yeah.
Because if you're riding around town doing 45 miles an hour, you can get just as much in trouble, you
Oh
know.
yeah,
But you're
yeah.
not going to do 60 or 65 unless the wind's at your back going downhill.
Yeah,
But
well, and I,
you
I,
know,
I, I will, say, and man, I can't resist. I got to send a shout out again to our people in the viewing room. I see we still got, several people watching, listening to the show. Man, we're so grateful y'all are still here with us, and hanging with us on Christmas Eve. It's actually Christmas morning now on the East Coast. So Merry
shit.
Christmas to anybody on the East Coast. Still Christmas Eve night here on the West Coast. I'm coming to you live from Sacramento, California. Dean is live in Orlando, Florida on the Dare Me podcast. And we're just having a marathon session, keeping you company on Christmas Eve. And, Dean is sharing some videos with us from his YouTube channel where he films these rides he goes on with the YouTube camera, riding safely and everything. And we're just having a good time tonight. So, again, shout out to everybody who's still watching and listening to us live. So, I just want to say, Dean, I appreciate the invite, and I am absolutely going to take you up on that because I miss riding. And as you
Yeah.
know, I used to be an avid rider. As a matter of fact, I talk about from time to time on this show how in my career, I worked for a company in Central Florida in Orlando for 25 years called the Safety Council, the United Safety Council. And one of the programs that we provided there was the Motorcycle Safety Foundation Rider Training Program. And I managed that program for several years where we taught people and trained people how to ride a motorcycle. And it actually earned them their motorcycle endorsement on their driver's license and the whole 9 yards. We tested them for both their skills as well as their knowledge test. You know, these were requirements by the DHSMV for people to pass this class and get their motorcycle endorsement. So in any case, while I was overseeing that program, man, I had an intruder. I had a Susie intruder. All my Harley friends used to razz me all the time that I rode, you know, a Suzuki, but I just loved my intruder. Now I had an 800. There's a 1200, you know, as well, and those are both pretty big bikes compared to what you're riding here, Dean. But I will tell you, man, when you're out riding in an area like what you're showing us on this video right now, riding some of those lower CC and smaller bikes is so much better because you really do kind of take in the whole, you know, environment and all that than if you're riding like a freaking Goldwing or something, which is the Goldwing, in case anybody doesn't know, is like riding a car on two wheels. It's goddamn 6-cylinder motor on a motorcycle, you know. So riding a smaller bike like this, Dean, you really do, I think, appreciate the outdoors a lot better. Although, let me say this. I do think riding a smaller bike and a lower CC bike like this out on the open road and the highway, man, you really got to man your P's and Q's because it's a lot harder to get out of a tight spot in a hurry if you need to, if you're in bad traffic or somebody cuts in front of you, you know what I mean? Or the wind can just right out beat you up, you know, if you're riding fast than if you're riding a bigger bike. But in places like what you're showing on the video, man, those smaller bikes, I think, are definitely cooler, you know. Wouldn't you agree with all that?
Well, you know, I've logged probably close to 4,500 miles in the 6 months I've had the bike on the road. And, you know, how I see it is 90% of the riding. First of all, I don't go on the highway. I don't have a need to go on the highway.
You mean like the expressway,
like
I-4
minimum speed limit kind of people are doing 70 a highway, like I-4,
so
like I-95.
To go out to Cocoa, you just took 50 all the way out, right?
Funny, when I went to Bike Week, you know, most people from Orlando going to Daytona would get on I-4. Well, there is a road, there is a beautiful country road that's almost got no traffic on, lots of windies, lots of twisties, and I was like, where did this road come from? Because I got to Daytona from Orlando in like an hour and 15 minutes, and I was like, wait a minute, you know, I was doing 45, 50 miles an hour pretty much the whole way. I recorded it. It's a beautiful ride, nice country ride. And all of a sudden, boom, I'm in Daytona. I was like, I didn't miss going on I-4. Now going 50 west or east to either Canaveral or Clearwater, that's a bit of a journey, but just because it's a lot of stop and go. And but you know, I don't think speed gives you that safety. I think speed is a false sense of security, because if you say, just like you said, well, I might need the speed to get up and around somebody, I'm like, well, you realize you're just forcing everybody, including yourself, to make more risky decisions. Well, I think the speed feature is kind of like, well, speed is, you know, is great when you just want to be able to hit whatever speed limit you want to go. But when you're talking about multiple people on a road, everybody's doing their own thing. Mm-hmm. And somebody who's going to go, I'm going to pass this guy, or I'm going to go between these two cars and get out, you know, motorcycles make very risky, most motorcycles when speed's involved, they make more riskier decisions than if you just hit the brake. When you crash, what would you rather do? Would you rather be doing 30 or 60?
Well, that makes good sense. I think a better way to maybe express what I was saying is not necessarily so much the speed as the power, because what I was alluding to was kind of the word choice I used was being able to get out of a tight spot in a hurry if you need to. So somebody's coming at you, crosses over the lane, whatever the case may be. Man, you got a 800 or a 1200 or whatever, and you hit that throttle to get out of the way, you're probably going to get out of the way a hell of a lot quicker than you are on a 125 or a 250, if you know what I'm saying. But I totally respect, and I ain't disagreeing with you. We're just talking about it.
Oh, yeah.
Because I also agree with what you said earlier. Too many people rush out after getting their endorsement or going through the class, and now all of a sudden they're riding down the road on a freaking gold wing. It's like, dude, you just started riding. Let's take a minute to get a little more in your comfort zone, right? Start off with something small, you're
a friend of mine threw the keys, and he saw me. I pulled up his house on my bike, and he threw his keys at me, and it was to a Harley, one of the biggest Harleys you can buy. And he says, go take it for a ride. I go, yeah, I don't know if I want to. And so I did. And I'm like, oh my God, this thing is a Cadillac. This thing is just all monster, and it's 10 times the size, but it's also like, well, here's the other thing. If I had to go off road in a car, you can kind of go off the road, right? And the risk is higher to the car and not so much yourself. But if you're in a situation where you actually need to turn off the road, if I were to turn off the road with that 1,200 pound, not 1,200 cc, but 1,200 pounds Harley Davidson, and I had to get off the road, chances are I'm probably going to lose it.
Right.
Chances are I'm going to lose it. I might lose it off the road, which might be safer to come off the bike, but on a dual sport, which is kind of what I'm on, if I had to hop over a log, which is one of the things that they teach you on when you're riding a motorcycle, all of a sudden they put a log in the road and you got to ride over it. Not a big log, like a 2x4.
No, I get it.
But if I had to hop over a log, I could absolutely do that on my Honda, and I probably would hit that thing on a Harley without even. I just have to pucker up and hope to God it'll work out. But if I had to do it on my little bike, likely I could probably pull up that front wheel and work myself over the, where it needed to be. I used to ride mountain bicycles, and I used to do some crazy shit on mountain bikes when I was young, and having that kind of control over the bike, that I get with a dual sport, with an off-road, a bike. Granted, man, those cruisers are nice. If you just want to stretch out and go for a big, long tour, very comfortable, very fast, very whatever. But I don't see myself getting on one of those. Well, I do want some more power. I agree with you in a lot of ways, Yes, I do want some more power, and I think I'm doing it in the right way, which means
I agree.
Cut my teeth on something that I can absolutely control.
Well, tell us about this next bike. What is it you're planning to get? Is it going to be a higher CC, a more powerful bike? What are you looking at?
Not crazy higher CC, but there's some options. Royal, I don't know.
Are you sticking with the Honda, or are you going to go with another?
I would love to go Honda, but.
Like, for example, when I used to manage the MSF rider training program, we had a lot of 250s, like the Honda Rebel, or bikes.
There's
like
a couple of Hondas I do like, but I'm really kind of interested in. Let's see. I'm interested in Royal Enfield right now.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Those are pretty bikes.
And they have a bike there's a couple of bikes that are kind of along. So scramblers, you've heard of scramblers?
Yeah.
So the Scram 411 or the Himalayan. Now these bikes are made.
And these are how much? What are the CCs for these bikes?
This is probably like a 500.
Oh, okay.
You know, so it'll do 80 miles an hour. It's, you know, they're made in India and they were built and tested in the Himalayas.
Wow.
So
and they call it the Himalayan. Yeah.
And they call it the Himalayan. And for a bike that's built in India, they've been building, Royal Enfield's been building bikes in India for like 100 years. So, and there's a person I'm following right now, and she's been riding India and all over the world on one of these bikes. And I'm really kind of jonesing for this bike. And it's not that expensive. You can get this bike for about $5,000 brand new.
Wow, no kidding. Yeah.
And really one of my goals hopefully for 2024 is to maybe go to Europe for a month.
Wow.
Buy one of these bikes and
what
ride
part
it.
of Europe do you want to go to?
Probably start in England. And these particular bikes are sold all over Europe, and
or you can even probably rent them if you know.
Well, you know,
I know, I once I took a trip, to Maui, and we rented a Harley. We had a van, and there were 4 of us, and we rented the Harley, and we took turns riding it as we went up what they call the road to Hana. And I got to tell you, bro, that was one of the coolest motorcycle rides I ever did in my life. That and down in the Keys, going over that 7-mile bridge, man, that's a ride everybody should do too.
I will probably early in January, or hopefully when I'm able to, I'll probably do a Key West ride, but I'll probably trailer down to Miami, and then I'll do the ride through.
That's what we did. We trailered the bikes to Key Largo. We found a spot to park, and of course, all my biker friends were all lightweight. What are you trailering it down? You should have rode down. And I'm like, dude, that's too much like work to me. I just want to enjoy the ride. Oh. So yeah, we trailered them down to Largo.
I would ride down if I like in a bike like this where I could actually get on the highway and cut a lot of that distance and just get put a few hours on the road, and then boom, then I'm in Miami, But the idea is, this is kind of bike I'm looking at. But if I go to if I can, and I gotta buy my trip to Europe, which means I gotta fly over. And then, like I said, $5,000 for a bike, I could easily spend that in rentals.
Right. That's true.
Buying a bike that I really don't want, and I can't really rent these bikes. Yeah, you can rent a Harley, rent an Indian, whatever. But so likely I might just kind of go there, buy a bike, and then figure out maybe sell it cheap later or.
Well, I just got to interject and say, Dean, that, man, I'm sitting here, I'm laughing and smiling because you obviously have developed this passion for riding. And for those who are part of the rider community, the biker community, if you will, you already know. There is a camaraderie there that I just can't even explain to people. It's like the same in aviation, Dean. I flew with
two fingers down when you ride by somebody. It's two fingers down.
Yeah, everybody always gives the arm out, and so you've clearly developed this passion and camaraderie that we just alluded to, that is part of the biker community, just like I said, just like with people who fly, and so it's really pretty cool. And I'm so glad that we got a chance on this extended special edition marathon version of the Dare Me podcast. You all right there, bro?
Yeah, I'm fine. I just looked at the time. I'm like,
well, that's what I was going to say, man, is why don't we
Just kind of start closing it up.
Well, I thought we'd jump into the news, do some, I think I had some more humorous memes and bring it on home within the next half hour because we've been going 4.5 hours, and that's exactly what we planned, y'all. We really wanted to do a long, extended Christmas Eve version of the podcast. And I see we've still got people watching and listening. So, hey, man, shout out to y'all. And again, for anyone who may come across the recorded version, God, man, we're just so thrilled that people are still on board with this. So, I'm glad we got a chance, Dean. We don't always get a chance to talk with you, as in depth as we just did this last half hour, because we're always on, talking about other stuff, or we have guests on the show and stuff. And I love that, it gives our viewers and listeners a chance to, learn a little bit more about you, see another side of you, and, not always Glenn on here running his damn mouth.
Well, well, just keep in mind, I do want to make a West Coast trip on a bike.
Yeah.
Whether I ride out there or I get out there.
Oh, bro.
I always wanted to. I thought Pacific Coast Highway sounds really good, or so
always got a spot.
That's on my
here.
bucket list.
Always got a spot here. You know it, man. I'll look forward to that. Y'all heard them, okay? So, all right. Well, hey, let's transition into the news, y'all. And before we do, Dean, go into the news stories. I thought this was a good time for me to mention, guess what? Guess who made the television news in Sacramento this past week? Yeah, it was yours truly. I was on the news, and I sent you a clip, Dean, of Glenn on the KCRA news, and it's just so crazy how my life goes sometimes. Here I made a living in not one, but two different careers working in traffic safety. I worked for Metro Traffic Control for 20 years. And then, as we just kind of even talked a little bit about, I worked for this company, the Safety Council, for 25 years, which has a focus on traffic safety, OSHA safety too, and workplace safety and stuff like that. But a definite, focus on traffic safety, motorcycle safety, things to that nature. So, this past week, y'all, we had a pretty heavy storm move through the area. It was last Tuesday, I guess was. And so I was, in the downtown area, and I'm driving back toward where I live. And I pulled off the freeway to go into this gas station, and there was flooding like all over the place. And so I pull in this gas station, and lo and behold, as soon as I pulled up to the gas pump, who pulls in but the news truck from KCRA, and this reporter and the camera guy come up to me and asked me if I'd do an interview to talk to him about driving, in this bad weather. So it was like traffic and weather together, Like
he had no idea.
Yeah. Well, I did end up telling the reporter, hey, man, I made, and we actually follow each other on social media now. Did you find that clip, though, Dean?
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
So, let's go ahead and watch your old pal, Glenn Victor. I was telling my daughter and son-in-law, I said, God, man, I've been out here about a year and a half living in Sacramento now, and now it's like I feel like an official resident. I like made the news. I was having flashbacks to all the interviews I used to do over the course of my career, with all the news people in Orlando, being the spokesperson for the Safety Council. And it truly was kind of like a flashback to my working career. So anyway, with all that said, let's give it a look and a listen. It's your old pal Glenn Victor on KCRA 11 o'clock news here in Sacramento this past week. Check it out.
Coverage of this localized flooding still going on. We're going to start with KCRA 3's Leanne Danier. She's been following some of the worst of the street flooding tonight. Leanne.
We want to show you some video now from earlier this evening, again, where we were keeping an eye on how things were going. This was the off-ramp heading off of Interstate 80 at Watt earlier.
I've come across a couple of areas where I took side streets just to kind of get around it because I didn't want to take the chance.
There are still a lot of issues out there if you are planning on being out on the roads tonight in Sacramento. Leanne Denyer, KCRA 3 News.
All right, Leanne, thanks.
All right. Yeah. I actually edited that a little bit, y'all. They did like really good in-depth coverage. There was about a 6-minute piece they did, and I didn't want to, bore y'all or hold you high. I edited that and posted it on social media. But anyway, that's the NBC affiliate here in Sacramento, would be like, Wesh there in Orlando, man. And yeah, so shout out to the reporter. I think it was Leanne Denyer, I think she said her name was. They did a really good job on the station covering that storm and the bad traffic that moved through that night. So anyway, I thought y'all might get a kick out of that as we transition into the news. Your old pal Glenn on the evening news, the 11 o'clock news. And actually, man, believe it or not, it's a trip that now, as a PR guy, as a spokesperson for whatever company, you always want to try to track and log any earned media, as we say, that you get. So you can show it to the boss, like, hey, my position is value added here. Look, I got us coverage, earned media coverage for our company. And, back in the old days, man, it was hard to get that stuff, because, not all the news stations had websites where it was all posted and everything. And man, if you didn't, have your VCR set to record it and you missed it, you were SOL, man. That was it. There were these video recording services that would record all of the different newscasts throughout the day and night that you could, order and purchase, a VCR or a VHS tape from. But now where I'm going with that is, of course, every station has a website. You can watch their newscasts live on most, news station websites, and they rebroadcast the shit over and over and over. So that story played at 11. They rebroadcast the news at like 2 a.m. Then starting at like 4 in some cities, 4 or 5 a.m, they're rebroadcasting stories from the previous night, pretty much up till like 6 or 7 o'clock till they start to get news stories for the next day. So the point I'm making is that little piece right there, it probably ran like easily a half dozen times. So I'm getting like calls and texts from people here in Sacramento, like, bro, I saw you on the news. Hey, I saw you. It truly was kind of like giving me flashbacks to my working life in Orlando, because it seemed like I was on the news, every other week, and I would always get people contacting me about that. And oh, by the way, Dean, I meant to bring this up, bro, and we got to talk about this. We're going to have to find this spot somewhere. And it was actually not a spot, but part of that traffic safety video. Do you remember when we filmed this that you acted in it and posed like you were being arrested for a DUI, and you were being handcuffed and put in the back of the cop car? And you had people contacting you like, bro, did you get a DUI? Because did you remember that? What was that? Probably about, I don't know, 15 years ago.
I think they're still using that clip today.
Yeah,
so.
They are, yes. So anyway, it just goes to show, man, you get in those things, people see them, and they don't always know the whole story. But anyway, so, okay. Just one story I thought we'd talk about in the opioid crisis news tonight, and that is this one. We talk a lot about the fentanyl being shipped in through Mexico. It was coming directly over from China. They, feds cracking down on it, law enforcement, all that other stuff. So then it started getting shipped from China to Mexico, where it's still coming through the Mexican border, or we know from the information we follow and all that they'll ship certain chemicals to Mexico, where they then have these fentanyl labs where they manufacture it and ship it here to the US. Well, now, and I guess it's been going on, but now it's getting more exposure. Fentanyl, what they call super labs in Canada to the north, are posing what Washington Post, at least, anyways, is calling a new threat for the U.S. opioid epidemic. And you can see this story is very current, literally just came out. And so, in the caption for the photo there, what's it say? Police discovered a fentanyl lab, and this was apparently for this photo back in April near Vancouver. And the spread of such labs in Canada could undermine U.S. enforcement efforts and worsen the opioid crisis, not just in the U.S., but literally in both nations. So I just thought we'd talk about this, y'all, because, it's not just going on down in Mexico. It's going on in Canada. It's going on all over and around the world. And so, this is, and here's another part of the story, by the way. And look at this lab they're mixing this shit up in, y'all. Isn't this crazy? It's like, these are like, just makeshift areas, or I don't even know if we should be calling it a lab, for God's sake. It's like I often say on this podcast, you got these amateurs mixing it up in the kitchen sink, for God's sake. It doesn't look very sanitary to me, that's for sure. And, I thought we'd point out, too, what it says there under the picture. Investigators in Canada say the labs are producing fentanyl not just for domestic users in the U.S., but also exporting it to Australia and New Zealand. That's a hell of a long way away from Canada, man, down under. What the hell is going on there? They're producing fentanyl in Canada for exporting to Australia and New Zealand? What is that all about? Just fucking blows my mind.
So maybe we need to invade Canada then.
Yeah, you're right, Canada. Our neighbors.
They couldn't put up that much of a fight. So
yeah,
why don't we just send troops in and just kind of deal with it?
Well, hey, and just for the record, y'all, I am half French Canadian. I grew up in southeast Michigan, which is basically South Canada, for those that know. And my grandfather was a Canadian citizen, born and raised in Toronto, which is an awesome city, by the way. If you've never been to Toronto, man, oh God, I can't recommend going to visit enough. Maybe not in the dead of winter when it's freezing cold, but what a cool city. So yeah, I'm just saying, we're not picking on Canada. I love Canada. It's part of my heritage. I'll also say they got a problem, man. And I like, what it says here at the top on the right. The Canadian labs are a curveball for U.S. authority. I mean, I guess I should say I just thought the way they worded it was interesting. The Canadian labs are a curveball for U.S. authorities whose efforts to combat fentanyl are, have been focused on the southern border down in Mexico. So it just kind of makes you think, like, God damn, man, here we are focused on, looking down in Mexico. And meanwhile, while we're looking the other way, now all of a sudden it's getting out of control to the north in Canada. So, yeah, man, crazy. And then, Dean, I mean, we're kind of joking around about it, but look what it says in that lower paragraph. Republican lawmakers in recent months have called for U.S. military strikes in Mexico targeting fentanyl traffickers and drug labs. So what you're saying about let's invade Canada, that ain't that far-fetched, bro. If they target fentanyl labs. I mean,
U.S. has been, Mexico has been a playground for military action and from the U.S. Half of our movies are about that, about sending troops in under the cover of night, so obviously we can get photos of a Canadian lab. I'm imagining that it's I don't know. Maybe,
Yeah.
if Canada can't handle it, then they need to either step up or step back,
Well, it's an interesting conversation, Dean. And as we often say on this podcast, man, we don't like getting into politics because we don't want to alienate anyone. We want everyone to join in the podcast and be part of the conversation and hopefully get some inspiring things and information for getting clean, living clean, staying clean, all that stuff. That's the underlying reason for this podcast. We provide a lot of other entertaining and informational content, like even news, like what we're talking about right now. And so the point I'm making is we don't want to get into politics. I will also say that although we don't always give opinions on this kind of stuff, we damn sure like to talk about it. And so this whole topic of border security is obviously a hot topic in politics. And so if you look at the last sentence of this paragraph here at the bottom, it says, the lightly, as you just alluded to, Dean, the lightly patrolled U.S. Canada border spans more than 5,500 miles, the longest international boundary between two nations in the entire world. Has very few physical barriers. So meanwhile, we're focusing all this attention, all this politics, all this money, all this everything on this southern border with Mexico. And meanwhile, like it almost seems like we're all distracted with that. Meanwhile, now all of a sudden they're shipping fentanyl in through this unpatrolled northern border with Canada. It's like, what the fuck, man? So I don't know, man. I ain't got no answer. I wish it was that simple to say, well, we need to do this, this, and this, or sprinkle some pixie dust and make it go away. It ain't that simple, man. It just ain't. There's no simple answer. There's no silver bullet other than I'm glad to see that news, and not to favor the Post or any other publication or news outlet. I'm glad to see that it is at least being paid attention to and there is focus on it. So it's not just free reign for all these drug dealers and everything to just start flooding our fucking country from the north now with fentanyl. You know what I mean? So,
well, you got to imagine, if you got to imagine how many labs are being built just in the U.S. How many illegal labs are built here, and of course the government, when they shut one down, 10 more open up. So Canada's, the latest in the, we have labs here too. So governments are really going to have to just kind of start cracking down. But it just doesn't seem like Mexico really cares.
Yeah. Well, if you remember, we even had stories on here that we've shown, and I mean, I don't know how much validity there is to them, but even supposedly, according to some of the news outlets that we've shown stories from on here, supposedly even the cartels in Mexico are saying, whoa, fuck this fentanyl shit. Because even like what you've said on this podcast before, Dean, it's like when it comes to drug dealing, why would you want to kill your own customers? And so I think that's what's probably happened with some of the cartels. It's like, man, this fentanyl, okay, we made a shit ton of money out of it, but it's killing everybody. Fuck that. We don't want, let's go back to the coke or whatever, And we've shown on here some of the stories where the cartels, didn't they even have like billboards out on the road or some shit we showed where they were saying, hey, man, we ain't fucking with fentanyl no more. So, I don't know, man. I shouldn't even laugh about it because it's like horrible. It's a tragedy what has happened with so many people getting addicted to that shit and just dying. Yeah. But it is almost like fucking, it's just, you can't help but just like go, oh my God, you got to try to have a sense of humor about it sometimes. It's like, it's just gotten so far out of control that even the cartels are saying, fuck this, we ain't even fucking with fentanyl anymore. That's just killing too many people. And then meanwhile, up in Canada, they're going, well, hey man, we want to get paid too. Let's start producing this shit. And then, I was thinking while we were talking there, bro, it's like, why is this going on in Mexico and Canada? Because like you said, I bet there are, our share, if you want to put it that way, of fentanyl labs here in the U.S. But it seems like all this media focus seems to be on Mexico and now Canada. So I'm thinking there must be some type of God, I don't know, like strict. How can I even say it? You get what I'm saying? There's got to be some tough, enforcement is probably the best word that makes it tougher for people to have these labs and produce this fentanyl here in the US. It must be tougher for some of these chemicals to get into the states through our inspections or whatever the hell it may be, for all these labs to get set up legit here in the US, where it all seems to be getting focus in Mexico and now Canada, and then they ship it in here. You know
Well,
what I
there's
mean?
5,000 miles of you can just
Yeah.
walk right through the woods and boom, you're in the
Yeah,
US.
yeah,
So if it's
yeah.
easy to get it into Canada, then it's easy to get into the US.
Yeah, yeah,
So clearly, I mean, that would be the
yeah.
thing. If you want to move some product, if you want to move some fentanyl, you go with the path of least resistance, you
Yeah.
know.
Well, I guess that's a good point, Dean. And just even looking back here at the article in the middle of that top paragraph, it kind of alludes to what I was just talking about. It says, U.S. Customs and Border Protection has installed about $800 million worth of powerful scanning and detection equipment at
Mm.
land border crossings since 2019. So I guess the point I was making, I was trying to find the right words, is that here in the US, Customs and Border Protection has made it tough to get that shit in for people to set up these labs and make it right here in the States. So instead, they're setting up these labs and making the shit in Canada and Mexico, and then, like you said, just bringing it over the fucking border, and
Yeah.
and so
Well,
yeah, man, it's crazy.
I mean, every week you read news stories about finding big, massive amounts of fentanyl, whether it's in the U.S. or in other countries. But yet, no matter how many of the busts they do, they don't see, the deaths haven't stopped. They haven't even
No, no,
slowed down. If anything, they're increasing.
yeah,
And that's the other common story that's been ringing true for the last 40 weeks that we've been around, is that the deaths are increasing, the range is widening, every country is being affected,
yeah,
and no matter how much raw fentanyl they pull off the streets, there's a lot more that's not even being hit,
yep, yep,
so
yeah.
I guess you just have to look at directly where it's coming from, and then put the I don't know,
Yeah.
you gotta put the blame, I guess, on China and go, hey dude,
Yeah.
this is all coming from you guys. At this stage, that's what we all believe, it's all coming from China. So
Mhm.
either the government's turning a blind eye or profiting from it.
Yeah. Well, and then, as you may recall, Dean, we talked on this show a few weeks ago about that meeting that just took place in San Francisco, actually, between our President Biden, and the leader. I'm not sure what his official title is, of China. And that one of the things they discussed and supposedly agreed to was for China to make more of a concerted effort to kind of crack down on the export of the chemicals needed to make fentanyl, or the actual export of fentanyl itself, whether it be to the US, Canada, or Mexico, or wherever else for that matter. So let's hope that helps to make a difference, man. Every life saved is worth it, is what it's all about. So, anyway, thank you, Dean, for indulging us with participation in that conversation. Like I said, y'all, just one story I thought we'd talk about in the opioid crisis news tonight. We are getting real close to wrapping this show up. And oh my God, Dean, man, what a rock star. We both are rock stars tonight because we've been going full throttle, full speed ahead, balls to the wall for almost 5 hours, y'all. Not one, not two, not three, not four. 5 hours of a marathon special edition of the Dare Me podcast to hopefully help keep some people clean and sober and company on Christmas Eve and what is now, in fact, Christmas morning on the East Coast. We're coming up on 2 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. Live in Orlando is where our co-host and producer Dean Baker is at. And we're coming up on 11 o'clock at night here in Sacramento on the West Coast in California, where I'm at. And so we're going to wrap it up in just a few minutes. We'll wrap it up at 11 o'clock here on the West Coast and 2 in the morning where Dean's at. So yeah, Dean, man, appreciate you hanging tough with us. So we like to end the show with a little bit of humor, y'all. So, you talk about a deep story like what we just did in the news there. And, we want to lighten it up a little bit as we bring it on home. So, yeah, we got our little header here for the funny memes. And you may recall it was a long time ago, hours ago in our show, where we talked about this, that boy Billy Bob Thornton, and I thought this was a good funny meme. All moms by December 24th, and in case you didn't recognize it, that is a still shot from the movie Bad Santa that Billy Bob Thornton starred in. And so, in case you didn't know, y'all, we got a shout out from Billy Bob Thornton, Mr. Bad Santa himself. And it was a long time ago on this particular edition of the show that we showed that shout out. So we're going to do it again right now. Check it out. Here's that boy, Billy Bob Thornton, saying hi to all our viewers and listeners on the Dare Me podcast.
Hey everybody, I'm here with Glenn Victor, and I just want to say hey to everybody in the Dare Me podcast world out there.
Billy Bob Thornton, thanks, bro. I really appreciate it, man. All right, you rock. Well, how about that? It's Billy Bob Thornton, y'all. And so I teased this, Dean. We can't wrap up the show without playing this. Billy Bob Thornton is also a musician, and he plays for a group called the Boxmasters. And so I went to see the Boxmasters, and obviously I got a chance to meet him there. Well, I had teased this earlier in the show, and I got a text reminded me I didn't play it. This is your old pal Glenn Victor doing some music. Yeah, I do music as well, y'all. And I did a cover of a Post Malone song and put out a little promo reel for this edition of the show this past week. So before we wrap it up, I'm going to play that for you right now. Check out your old pal Glenn covering a Post Malone tune. Check it out. How about that, y'all? Yeah, I was getting into it, man. So, yeah, that's me covering Post Malone. And as it said on that reel, y'all, we promoted this edition of the show all week. Don't spend your Christmas Eve alone. Join us on the Dare Me podcast, and we hope that we did exactly that, provided you a place to come. And I got to say, man, Dean, we still got people in the viewing room watching this show. Shout out to everybody still watching. And we had lots of people jump aboard in and out all night. I just want to say thank you to everyone who participated in the show. And thank you to that boy, Billy Bob Thornton, for the shout out. And also wanted to show this for those who, aren't big fans of wrapping presents, Christmas presents. There's probably a shit ton of people, Dean, that are actually wrapping presents right now. In fact, I see we just had somebody else jump on the show. Welcome to you, whoever you are. We're glad to have you as we wind down the show. We've been going hard at it for 5 hours, and you caught us right at the tail end of it here. So, yeah, man. I teased my son Glenn, who called into the show earlier tonight. We want to thank him for calling and being part of our show tonight. He hates wrapping presents. And so I thought this was a funny meme. Wrapping presents is folding laundry's asshole cousin. So here's another funny meme as we bring it on home, y'all. Santa looking over his list. And we talk a lot about how mental health matters on this show, and it does. But here's a little humor on that topic. I've been watching this group all year, and most of you aren't naughty. You're mentally ill. Hello, here I am, y'all. So that was a good one. And then Dean, this is a great one to kind of, bring it on home with. We've been yakking for 5 hours, and I thought this was good. When you're 10 dangs, 20 up, 6 wows, and 8 man that crazy's in, and they still won't stop talking. Well, guess what, y'all? We are about to stop talking. And one final funny meme to wrap the show up. Or actually, we got two. Here's one that somebody gave a gift card. See, I won't stop yakking. It's like, I couldn't resist showing this one. Somebody gave somebody a gift with money in it, and they wrote, "Not for weeds, love Dad." So that's a good one. Stay off the weed, y'all. And then here's another one. Were we really out there smoking Marlboro Reds and drinking Strawberry Boone's Farm at 15? Yeah, for some of us, we were, man. That was it. And then, here's a Charlie Brown one. It's called Day Drinking Charlie Brown. I thought that was funny. And the final one, y'all, 'twas the nizzle before Chrismizzle and all through the hizzle, which, of course, is a little play off of Snoop Dogg. That's supposed to be a drawing of Snoop Dogg and his whole fashizzle my nizzle lingo that he likes to use. And I just thought we'd wrap the show up on that humorous note. So with all that said, it is exactly 5 hours, like really to the minute, since we started way back at 6 o'clock in the evening here on the West Coast. It is now 11. And Dean, you started at 9 there, and on the East Coast in Orlando, it's now 2 in the morning. God bless you.
Yeah.
God bless you. So, hey, Merry Christmas to you, your family. Merry Christmas to all our viewers
Merry
and
Christmas.
listeners. Everybody that joined in the podcast. We want to send a special thank you out to that boy Anonymous, the internationally acclaimed music producer and artist, Caskey's manager and publicist, man, who joined us for a deep dive interview on the show tonight, man. That was so cool of him. He spent close to an hour with us. What a inspirational, motivational guy and talented guy. So shout out, Mass. Thank you for spending time with us. Thank you to my son, Glenn, who called in and was part of the show. Thank you to my niece, Jen, who joined in the chat, shared some inspirational stuff with us about people in her group movement 5280, about people with 13 days clean, 89 days clean. Want to send a shout out to Sajax, who joined in the chat with us tonight, and all the rest. I ain't going to go on and on as we wrap it up. Dean, thank you to you as well for everything you did tonight, to help people get through Christmas Eve and hopefully provide some good inspiration and entertaining content. I really appreciate the deep dive you did into your, YouTube channel and talking about the writing that you do and all that stuff. So before we wrap it up, Dean, anything you'd like to add before we close the show?
Merry Christmas.
Dean's over it. I get it, bro. Well, just one quick friendly reminder before we wrap it up that New Year's Eve, we will be back doing the same thing all over again 1 week from tonight. We are going to ring in the new year together, live around the world, on the internet, on the Dare Me podcast. We hope to hear from you. If you happen to see this between now and then, call in, click the link in the chat room, come on live. We'll bring you on camera. We're going to ring in the new year in different time zones around the country and around the world. It's going to be a fun show, y'all. So looking forward to that next week. So with all that said, y'all, we often like to wrap up the show with this little inspiration. If you're going through hell, just keep going. You'll come out the other side, man. If I can do it, if all the rest that we hear from on this podcast that are so inspirational can do it, you can do it too, man. Just hang tough and Merry Christmas. So, Dean, thanks again, bro. We will talk to you soon. And for all the rest of y'all, have a very Merry Christmas. Be safe, and we'll talk to you next time on the Dare Me podcast.